Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, greetings, and all that. With all the preparation that I have to do to make sure this program runs, none of that makes any difference until I unbutton my shirt cuffs. Then I know I'm ready.
Then it's go time.
I know I'm prepared. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora was due to rejoin us in studio, but she is out today. She got a very busy week. A very, very
Lots
busy
going
week.
on.
Lots of stuff going on. Some things planned, some things not planned. And but maybe she'll be in here with us tomorrow. She's out the rest of the week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, she's loading up the U-Haul. Poundcake's going to help her. And the two of them are moving to New York City.
Oh.
Is that you did offer to help her? I know Poundcake's in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Monday.
You did offer to help her last week.
I don't think she took me up on that. At least
Well,
she hasn't asked yet.
I wasn't sure what form that help would take. You mean to, like, load up the truck?
Yeah, I'll help her. Like, if
Right.
she needs, I know what it, believe me, I just moved, within 6 months. And I know what it's like to not really have anybody to help you move. So, and she has way more stuff than I do. I didn't realize that. I'm thinking I'm just going to pack up her house, but it's also her storage units. I didn't think
Well,
about
it's pretty
that.
much all just in the
right.
storage unit, I think. Most of
Storage
it.
unit. Because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, well, it'll just be some odds and ends. But no. Yeah, storage unit. Yeah, right? Yeah, I mean, we've all, over the years, we've all moved. Have we all moved with no one to help us? There's no more aggravating situation than...
I mean, I've always had some help.
You have.
Yeah. I mean... well, I'm not
Poundcake
a
and I
loser.
haven't, I guess.
You guys don't got no friends?
I guess I mean, I don't a lot, but, I knew that I had finally made it in this business when the station that had hired me paid for movers.
Relocation assistance?
Yeah. Well, back in the day in this business, you used to get signing bonuses for a contract. So when I got hired in Pittsburgh, they had given me a signing bonus. And on top of that, we're going to pay for the movers. And I was like, man, I have finally made it.
The lag's real bad again.
Okay, well, we'll send it. Send it? Switch it?
Switch it to Sweetstone 2.
Okay, over here?
In the settings, yeah.
Lings only Thursday and Friday.
Oh, that's an almost weekend type thing to do?
Yeah, if
is
it's going to be
diddling?
like a weekday thing, you need to put it at the end of the week, mister.
Okay, just to ramp yourself up. Well, then we'll fire off a thing because Fritz was messing with our video guy was messing with some things. That's his real name, by the way.
I think it's so funny
Video guy?
that
Our video guy, our corporate video guy was messing with some, not Derby Duncan, who's helping out in the video department here locally, but
I think it's so funny.
they said if anything doesn't go the way we think it's going to go, let us know. So let him know. What's up?
we only see Fritz when things are on the Fritz. So I just think
Well,
it's
no, he
funny
was
that
here
his last
because
name.
they're finally putting the finishing touches on the big Duncan Lounge in the back. We
Oh,
have
it looks so great.
Oh my God, I'm really excited to
saw it?
start doing show stuff in
Yeah,
there. Yeah,
yeah.
we
I'm
had
gonna go
this
look at it.
huge performance studio, the Duncan Lounge, back there, down the long hall here. And so we're going to have all kinds of things we'll be able to do in there. So I'm really looking forward to when that's. But it's been.
Is the bathroom done yet?
I'm sorry.
Is the bathroom back there done yet?
You're not allowed to use it.
The bathroom back there.
I will quit if I'm not allowed to use it.
Well, I only know of one bathroom. Is there a bathroom?
There's a
They
bathroom
said
in
they were
that
gonna
suite.
put a bathroom in there.
Oh, in the Dunkin' Lounge.
Yeah, it's not done yet.
I
though.
haven't been inside. It's always been locked, so I've only kind of pressed my nose up against the window. But for a long time, this thing's been months in the making, but for a long time, there wasn't much of anything going on. And then all of a sudden, they're like painting and hammering and furniture, and Fritz is here to do the audio video and the whole thing. So, anywho, whatever. Merry moving remainder of the week. And we have all, maybe not Bill, but Poundcake and I have moved with no assistance before.
I will say I have moved with minimal amount of people. Like, it was me and Mike from Traffic. You probably don't even know Mike, Alan. But
I don't know Mike
he was
from
fairly
Traffic.
new.
No,
But yeah,
okay. Now, how did you get a brand new guy to help you move?
He was in the.
Bill
we
and
were,
I were
we were
talking
talking
about
about
it in
it,
the
and he
kitchen.
just said, "I got a truck. I'll help you."
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Very nice guy.
And
Okay.
all he asked was for Taco Bell, and I was going to get him Taco Bell one day when I came in, but that Taco Bell closed, so I ended up just getting him Shake Shack, which he was very appreciative
Okay.
of.
Is that Mike Ross? Is that the.
Yeah, in the traffic
I
center.
hear his name. I don't know if I know who he is.
I think he is.
He's the burly looking. He's the one that looks like he should be a plumber, but he is working in news and traffic.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if he's here right now because his wife just had a baby. So
Well,
think he's
if
home.
it's who I think it is, that would explain. I thought that they had blown him out because I hadn't seen him for like 2 weeks, and then I just saw him this morning.
So he's probably back now.
Okay, so he's still here, and all right.
His wife just had a baby.
I'm just
so
doing
congrats,
process of
Mike.
elimination by the people back there that I do know, and I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. So he was nice enough to go, hey, I've got a pickup truck. I'll help.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was a soldier about it too. Like, not only did he like have his truck and let me use his truck, but he also helped me carry it up 6 flights of stairs. So
That's pretty nice.
that was pretty nice.
I'm just thinking back to all the times I moved, and I can honestly say, I mean, I don't think I had people helping. I mean, I had to hastily buy a car when I got my first full-time gig. Actually, I didn't have any money. My dad bought me like an 87 Cutlass or something, right? And I was moving to Kalamazoo, Michigan from Chicago, and I didn't have that many things. And so I just stuffed what I possibly could in this car and drove it to Michigan. And that was about it. And then from then on, you either hope that your company pays for you to move, which I think now is pretty standard. I mean, if you're working for a company, they'll normally pay some kind of relocation fee. Now it's almost never what it actually costs. They go, we'll give you. I mean, back in the day, it was pretty substantial, but now they might help you out a little bit.
We'll
but,
buy you pizza once you get here.
Once you get here, happy to have you along.
Get yourself here and we'll figure out the rest. I'm like, wait, no, that's a lot.
Yeah.
What do you mean? That's
Yeah.
like two months worth of rent just getting there. If you pay for a U-Haul or the movers and then getting there and, if you got to drive. Like, so all of the places that you've gone, did you?
I mean, iHeart paid for me to move to Cleveland.
But
So-
that's a close enough distance where you can drive. But I'm saying, have you, like, been flown cross state and then had to have your stuff, like, come the next day, like, driven by truck? Did you always deliver your own stuff?
Well, no, and this is what I'm saying. The first time that I got it paid for was when I got hired in Pittsburgh, except they had no idea how long it was going to take. These poor movers, because, they're getting paid whatever they would normally get paid, whatever that was. I don't know, because they invoiced the company. But we moved the day of this massive blizzard through the Midwest.
Oh, God.
So it took us 14 hours to get from Kalamazoo, Michigan to Pittsburgh. And
once you get not that far.
It's not that far. No, that's like a 6-hour trip. And then once you get, not even 6, and then once you get to Pittsburgh, it's all hills. And so I just remember the snow was so bad, the trucks were I mean, we had moved into our apartment or gotten the keys or, gotten in there. This is me and my ex-wife. Hours before the trucks got there because they couldn't the weather was so bad. And by the time they got there, they couldn't get into our apartment complex because it was on a huge hill to get in. So they had to park these one long semi-truck, and we didn't have that much stuff, but that's just what they used. They had to park on this hill until things got plowed, so it was a mess. But it was paid for, baby.
I was gonna, yeah, if it's paid for, that's great. I think if it wasn't paid for, I would probably just give my stuff away. I'm like, I know I got a hood cousin somewhere that either could use a couch or could sell a couch. Like, you get it out of my apartment, it's yours.
Well, yeah,
All my
moving,
stuff would just
especially if you don't have
go.
people helping you, moving is always a great way to determine, what do I actually need? Because you'll always...
If it's paid for, that's great. I think if it wasn't paid for, I would probably just give my stuff away. I'm like, I know I got a hood cousin somewhere that either could use a couch or could sell a couch. Like, you get it out of my apartment, it's yours.
Well, yeah,
All my
moving,
stuff would just
especially if you don't have people helping you, moving is always a great way to determine, what do I actually need? Because you'll always kind of, if you're lucky, you'll just get rid of things along the way every time you move. Now, along the way, you'll also replenish those things too. So it's kind of a zero-sum game.
Yeah, I hope I stay in this place for a while. Like, I only signed a year lease, but I'm hoping a year is a very short amount of time to live somewhere, especially in the time I've lived there. I've accumulated stuff because when I first moved in, again, I told you, I didn't want to get a U-Haul because it was ridiculous. Everything could fit in a small truck with a bed. I wasn't going to buy a little trailer attached to my car. I would have spent more money doing that.
Like a Lil Lugger from The Simpsons.
Yeah. So now is U-Haul time. Like, now I actually have stuff accumulated just within the time that I've been here. It's like, you got to have a couch. You got to have this. You got to have that. I'm like, if I can take it apart, I'll take it. If not, I'm giving it away.
I'm telling you, air mattress is the way to go.
No,
air mattress.
I don't really need it because, well, yeah, for my mattress, yes, but my bed itself folds up. My bed I took in my car because you just take out one of those, you just have an Allen wrench, unscrew it, and then it folds up. But my mattress, I love my mattress. It's comfortable. And no, who wants the air mattress?
I don't know. Nobody wants it, but it doesn't cost you anything.
But
and
it doesn't.
When you're moving, you just put a knife in it and you walk away.
But the quality of sleep is not that great on an air mattress.
Well,
it's hard.
No, but I'm just saying. I mean, you know, when you're poor, you ain't get much sleep anyway. Always worried about something.
I had to cover up the sweat marks on my mattress. When it worked out. Yeah, I know. That was the same mattress I had during
air
COVID.
mattress. You just hose it off, man. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
Same mattress I used during COVID. There's just a yellow outline where I used to lay. Radiate or
Poundcake shroud of Turin on
really
his.
Is. So I was embarrassed. I was like, I'm going to put a sheet over this and just strap it so it can't fall off while it's going down the street because that's the last thing they need. Like, does he pee the bed? Like, nope. I'm just melting into my mattress.
He gave of his only son so that we may live. Well, I got $1,000 for someone. Hopefully that is you listening at 2:30. It's going to be the first of 4 keywords you'll get this afternoon to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
about a COVID-19 vaccine option at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Chris Moody, host of the new podcast, Finding Matt Drudge. I'll be taking you on a journey to find the mysterious media mogul Matt Drudge, founder of The Drudge Report. Along the way, I'll talk to people who have worked with him, dined with him, and fought with him, taking listeners into private conversations, all in an attempt to get a better understanding of who Drudge is and what motivates him. Hopefully, he'll even sit down with us. Listen to Finding Matt Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Want to send me a text. I will have that money for you, about another $1,000 here in a few minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So be listening for these keywords. Get them about 30 past every hour. So you'll get one 3:30 and 4:30 and 5:30 today. Your Cavaliers had a pretty good end of the week. They were off over the weekend, but they did that back-to-back in Milwaukee against the Bucks. Each one of them took one of those games, 112-100. Over the Bucks was the final on Friday night. Cavs are back at home tonight and Wednesday. They'll play the Clippers tonight. Is that Ty Lue in the Clippers?
Yep.
And Steve Ballmer, of course, their billionaire owner. Developers. Formerly owned, of course, by one Donald Sterling. Remember Donald Sterling?
Oh, of course.
He was the guy that they forced him to sell the team because his disgruntled ex-girlfriend recorded him making all kinds of racial comments. He's like, I don't want black people at my... Was that what...
Yeah. He's like, you can hang out with them, just don't bring them to my
I think
game.
he said those people.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever said... I think he's smart enough. And again, I'm giving
But he didn't know he was being recorded.
No,
so
he at some point did say...
I don't know if he said...
black people or blacks or
hanging out
something like
with those,
that. Yeah.
those people, bringing those people to the game.
But his girlfriend was Filipino, right? So clearly he didn't have a problem with people of color.
Well,
of course, I guess it is different if you're having sex with someone, too.
And I think it was more he didn't like the way it made him appear because that's his girlfriend bringing black people into the suite and stuff like that. I think it was the very classist as well.
Oh, is that what it was? I'm a rich. I'm sure it was insecurity. I'm a rich old dude, and I don't want these good-looking young dudes in the suite hanging out with my girlfriend.
Never mind. They love me. I don't know why the girl had me say those things. Never mind. They love me. Don't bring blacks to my game.
Okay.
There you go.
It's right in the bit. Yeah, there. For your consideration. So anyway, Clippers, Cavs tonight, 7 o'clock on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. 6:30, when we roll out, is when your pregame coverage will begin. And then Wednesday night, they will play the Detroit Pistons. Oh, God, Detroit.
Rough time.
Oh, my God, what a heartbreaker.
Made it further than they made in a long time.
God, nevertheless, they kind of played themselves.
Yeah.
It was
That was
Dan
rough.
Campbell, God bless him. Everybody made fun of this guy when he first got to Detroit a few years ago because he's like, we're going to bite their kneecaps off. We played the clip right here. Everybody was laughing at the guy. But the Lions, of course, my wife's team, and we were just watching in rapt attention because they came out hard, man.
Yeah.
They went into the half 24-7, and everybody kind of looked at this like the 49ers going to the Super Bowl was a fait accompli. And so a lot of hope. Browns fans can identify.
Yeah.
Both teams have had winless seasons, but 34-31. The 49ers come back. I always wonder, what is the halftime pep talk that you get from your coach where you go back out there and start kicking ass. Like, you're at an elite level, right? You're one game away from the Super Bowl. The 49ers know how to play football. For the first half, though, the Lions were running roughshod on them. And, Dan Campbell has a very aggressive style of coaching. Their offensive coordinator, that's probably the last game of the Lions because I think they said they're giving him the commander's job that Ron Rivera had. So this Ben Johnson or whatever with the Lions, I think they're assuming he's going to get that DC job as a head coach. I'm always curious, what is the pep talk where the team goes back out and goes, oh, let's go win? You get some kind of pep talk. I don't know, but it was a real heartbreaker.
I don't know if it's a pep talk as much as it's just like, hey, we know what we can do. We just got to make some adjustments here and go out there and do it.
Maybe it's a matter of reacting to how the other team has been playing in that first half.
Yeah, I don't think Kyle Shanahan was in there like, guys, we've come this far and we're not gonna give up now.
Yeah.
Let's win this one for the Gipper.
That's what I wondered.
Thing.
That was my question. Like, what do they, So yeah, Chiefs beat the Ravens. It would have been nice to see the Ravens win.
No.
Okay. I think I guess the Ravens were the underdogs, but not by much.
No. They were
the favorites.
I believe
the
they were the favorite. Over the Chiefs they were at their home stadium.
Yeah.
They had the best record they were the number 1 overall seed. It'd be very strange if they were not the favorites.
And the Ravens kind of screwed up. Same way the Lions screwed up. I mean, it was so.
I mean, there was a play where Zay Flowers almost scored a touchdown and he fumbled right before the end zone, and then the Chiefs recovered, and that would have changed the game. But also, Lamar Jackson he's trying to me, it seems like he's trying to prove all the people wrong that say he's a pocket passer or he can't be a pocket passer. And so he's trying to stand in there and do that when there was lots of opportunities for him to use his legs and just tear the team up that way. And he didn't do that. It was weird.
Well, it was, here's a little bit of the, hold on.
Used to steal the cheese and believe it. You gotta fight.
That's Mr. Taylor Swift right there. By
you're right.
And there it is. The 49ers are going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so that was a real heartbreaker. I mean, that's one that Lions fans will remember because there's nothing worse than almost making it, right?
I think Cleveland would be okay with almost making it.
Well, but it's one of those, it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved
you want
at
to
all.
go as far as you can go, but you still want to make it.
Now again, let's say the Lions went to the Super Bowl. Nobody thinks that they're going to beat either the Ravens or the Chiefs, but it would have been great to go to the Super Bowl.
But the thing is, once you're in that game, anything can happen.
That's true.
Nobody thought that Tom Brady was going to beat the Rams when he went to his first Super Bowl. Nobody thought the Nick Foles Eagles were going to beat Tom.
Yeah.
Or you go back even further, the Giants versus the Patriots, they beat them twice, and nobody thought they would beat them. So, if you get to that game, you have that chance to make history.
Right.
So it's not like, oh, well, we were going to lose anyway. Anybody that has that attitude is insane.
Yeah. So anyway, the Lions, unfortunately, they just really kind of imploded in the second half, and Dan Campbell made some calls. He said, he's a very aggressive coach, and, he were like 4th and 10 or something, and he said, go for it. So anyway, it was a real bummer last night at Casa Cox, watching the Lions lose. I do like the, they'll have these clips you might see on social media because Taylor Swift obviously is front and center at these Chiefs games. And there was some woman, Taylor Swift's just going about her business. She's hanging out with Brittany Mahomes. And this woman, yells, you've ruined the NFL to Taylor Swift. And I just don't understand this mindset. I don't get it. As powerful as the NFL is, it sure doesn't take much for people to think someone has ruined it. I don't get that. It was Colin Kaepernick has ruined the NFL. And now Taylor Swift, according to this woman, but she's not alone. There's a lot of people complaining about it. It clearly hasn't, there are plenty of instances in which you can point to the collapse of a player and they go, remember Tony Romo and Jessica Simpson?
Yeah.
Like, he's so focused on his girlfriend, he's not doing it. And the Taylor Swift thing is not cutting into Travis Kelce's success one iota that I can see. So I love when these people will scream, and poor Taylor Swift, leave her alone. But you've ruined
I
the
wish
NFL.
I had that much, like, my life was going so well that Taylor Swift appearing on a screen for a moment during a football game was the only problem I had, that I had to be so vocal about it. Like, this is ruining football.
My experience.
Well, I don't put her in the sports break because I think, everyone has kind of like Taylor Swift fatigue. So Taylor Swift has been, or sports break has been Taylor Swift free.
Oh, good for you.
Whatever.
Listen, I understand your reasoning.
Taylor Swift and
I don't
Travis
disagree
Kelce
with it.
have not graced the sports break.
They've
So,
been very cautious.
If you guys want to,
These two smooched on camera, and everybody went crazy. I have a feeling in the time they've been together, they've done more than that. I bet they've done more than that.
Taylor Swift.
I bet they've been naked and pressed up against each other on a couple of occasions. I'm going to give you this money here. It is $1,000, your first opportunity this afternoon to grab this money from the Buzzard bookie. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
A couple of people forwarded me the video, some guy on TikTok showing his girlfriend. He did a whole deep dive, and he's cast it to his television, this PowerPoint presentation or something, about how Taylor Swift is going to be able to make it to the Super Bowl.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
it's pretty wild because it's the girlfriend or the wife or something and her friends, and they're sitting there, and he's showing, like, because of the time difference, because she's got a real busy schedule prior to the Super Bowl. She has to do the Grammys. I believe that's before the Super Bowl. She's doing 4 back-to-back shows in Tokyo.
I thought she was done with her tour already.
The U.S. tour.
Oh.
But she's starting the Asian tour.
Oh, the Asian leg.
Yeah, the Japanese leg of the tour. She's doing 4 shows in 4 nights, which will end the night before the Super Bowl. And so this guy is showing us, he's like, because they're like 17 hours ahead or something, she'll be back in time. She'll get back like 5 p.m. in Vegas the night before the Super Bowl. She'll get some sleep, this and that.
And her plane is...
you've got to hand it to this girl for going all out. For giving people 4, what I can only assume will be, 4 amazing long shows.
They're
You have
3
to keep
hours,
you have to keep your energy up. You've got to not like just a normal person at some point would like snap or be a dick to somebody or, I'm sure there's moments of that too, but she's engendered so much goodwill, I'm sure, among her crew that she probably has a lot of latitude.
I think they're also probably pretty well-oiled machines at this point where there's somebody that's doing all the snapping and stuff for her where she just gets to focus on the performance.
Yes. But still, that's a lot to do.
Oh,
And
it's
then you
a ton.
Get on a plane and go to Vegas.
But her
and,
plane is a glorified hotel.
Well, it's not about the quality of the flight.
Yes,
It's
it is, though. Because
time is still time,
she
and you're
probably
going to be
has like
tired. And
I understand, but
Yeah,
she
but she
probably
can
has
sleep
like
on the plane and
Yeah.
like, get like a
masseuse.
good sleep.
I'm saying she
Yeah.
probably has like a masseuse. She'll have a meal.
I thought you said she'll have good soup.
She's got good uppers and
No,
downers
I-
for whatever she needs. She'll
Yeah.
be just
I
fine.
thought he said her plane will have good soups.
No, it'll have
A
a
masseuse.
Yeah, masseuse.
a masseuse and everything.
She's got Manhattan clam chowder. She's got New England clam chowder. Is that the red or the white?
In her documentary Miss Americana that was on Netflix.
Of course you've watched that.
Yeah, I did watch it. I was
Of course
curious.
you've watched it.
But there's a scene of her just getting on her plane, and it's just like it's so weird to see someone just own a plane, and she just called it up like an Uber, and she just got on.
And she's like Zeppelin in the 70s.
And the person's like
Air Force One.
serving her and her mom, and she's just like in a hoodie. I'm like, that's what a bitch. Like, that's the first thing that came to mind. I was like, I hate
Why?
her.
She's a billionaire.
But she wasn't a billionaire then. This was 2018. But
I'm sorry. She only had $600 million.
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying she's just in a hoodie and a messy ponytail, just eating, a 5-star meal on her plane.
That's why people love her. She's just like us. Celebrities, they're just like us. Listen, that's all window dressing for the fact that this woman still is planning on doing 4 massive shows halfway around the world and then flying to Vegas so she can watch her boyfriend probably win the Super Bowl. Ugh. And they're like, people are saying like, well, that should put the whole is she going to perform thing to rest because there's no way she's going to perform. Jet lag and tired. Well, because she's going to be there. No. So people are like, why? And she's like, no, it's Usher. And
this is sticking it to
why
him.
would you poke your head in? You just got off doing basically 12 hours of shows.
No.
And you're not going to jump up at the Super Bowl and perform.
No, she's sticking it to the people like Rock Nation, Jay-Z, who puts on this halftime shows.
I think you've thought way too much about this.
No, Taylor Swift will perform.
She's not sticking it to anyone. She's like, I just got back from Tokyo. I'm not going up to sing.
No, I understand that. I don't think she's going to perform, but the only reason why she didn't perform this year was because she didn't own the rights to her music yet. When she re-records her music, she has no problem performing at the halftime show. It's been like talked about for several years because every year they go for like, oh, well, what big act can
but you don't get paid for the Super Bowl halftime show anyway.
Right, but it's the way that album sales skyrocket and streams skyrocket after you do it that she wants to make sure that makes a lot of sense. That she wants to make sure all her stuff is re-recorded and re-released by her, so people will then go and consume that rather than
the Scooter Braun version.
Scooter Braun version.
The one her old masters that he owns, and they did an estimate. This just broke like I think this morning or yesterday that from her appearances on the football games, she's racked in, and I don't know how they tallied this, but they said $300 million. That's what revenue she brought in with people who don't normally watch these games now are watching the games and they see Taylor Swift. She's brought in $300 million. So think about.
I think there's a lot of wonky. I think there's a lot of wonky.
I agree.
That too. I mean,
but if that's just her making an appearance, imagine if it was her doing a halftime show. So
if you're a fan of her, are you watching football games just because you know they'll show her?
So my brother's fiance's kids, his soon-to-be
fiance's kids,
his soon-to-be stepkids, they don't watch the football, but my brother is a football fan. Like he wears the jerseys and everything. And even when he's in his house and no one can see him, I remember his kids coming in, and they're like, "What team does Travis Kelce play for?" He's like, "Get the hell out of here!" He's like, "I know." He's like, "I know you're asking because he's Taylor Swift's boyfriend," and she's like, "I just wanted to know." So little kids who don't normally pay attention to football games now know.
So he's really laying the groundwork with the future stepkids, is what you're saying. He's really setting himself up to be a confidant.
He's like, "Stop asking me what Travis Kelce. You didn't know who he was. You don't even know what position he plays."
Yes, but they're children. Of course they don't. Like, this is how you teach them.
Yes.
This is, that's annoying.
Has he ever heard the phrase teachable moment? That is a phrase that gets overused, but in this instance,
he was
how old are these kids?
8 and 12.
Yeah, so young enough that he should go, oh, Travis Kelce plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. And guess what? Originally, he grew up in Ohio, Cleveland Heights. Teachable moment.
Yeah. Well, I will tell him that he's equal opportunity because he does the same thing to me. I'm like, is that guy a left back?
You are 38 years old or whatever.
And why is it a plus somehow that he's a dick to everyone the same way?
Because that's just who he is.
But to his future stepchildren?
They're like,
oh, boy.
What team does Travis?
His fiance really got a winner there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure does.
Alan, I wonder how that dude that got the Lions Super Bowl tattoo is doing today.
Oh, yeah.
Listen,
not a great move.
Somebody had to do it, right?
I don't think you had to do anything.
Think of the kids in Ghana who are going to be wearing the Lions Super Bowl T-shirts or whatever.
Is this a Taylor Swift's boyfriend's team?
Nope.
Shut up, kid. You don't know anything about football.
Go Taylor Swift's boyfriend's brother.
Yeah.
Everything is proxy Taylor Swift. Is that the team that Taylor Swift's boyfriend's brother used to play on? Is that what it takes for people to know what teams people are on now?
I don't know.
That's Taylor
They
Swift.
used to say that the NFL was a company that owned a day of the week, meaning Sunday. Now they own a lot of days of the week. They own Monday, they own Thursday, they own Sunday.
They don't own anything.
Well, they don't own you because you are unownable. I'm going to break. If you want to send me a text, 35192. If you are listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there. And we'll be back after the
Rover's Morning Glory.
Crystal, why'd you buy a gym membership?
Honestly, ever since I stopped dancing, I've been putting on some weight. I really do feel thicker. And I know I'm thicker because my jeans are a little too tight. And I don't want to pop into the next size up.
So you like to dance. You've also said that you would like to make a little bit of extra money. Have you thought about
Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it.
And now get a Samsung Galaxy A14 included when you buy an extended Silver Unlimited plan. Find us at straighttalk.com. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. Online only, excludes taxes and fees.
If you see me stopped in the McDonald's drive-thru, just staring at the menu with my "what should I order" face, don't interrupt. It's the most important decision I'll make all day.
There's a deal for every big thinker at McDonald's. Now order and pay in the McDonald's app and get 30% off any purchase of $5 or more. Valid once per day through 6/30/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes taxes. Must opt into rewards.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another. You've been messing around. They say you got a boyfriend. You're out late every weekend. They're talking about you and it's bringing me down.
Poundcake, have you ever heard this song?
Yes.
Do you know who it is?
No.
It's a band called REO Speedwagon. You ever heard of REO Speedwagon?
Yes, I have, but other than that song, I don't know what they've done.
The pride of Champaign, Illinois, when I was growing up. REO Speedwagon was a regional act. You know, we had Cheap Trick in Chicago. If you grew up in Chicago, you were practically issued Cheap Trick records when they came out. And REO Speedwagon was a downstate band that was, well, they blew up in the 70s. REO Speedwagon has come out to blossom. They're doing a co-headlining tour with Train. Remember Train?
Oh, a little bit, yeah.
Meet Virginia, and, well, you can hear a lot of Train music in commercials. And I will say this, Pat Monahan, the guy who fronts Train, is easily one of the most underrated singers. I'm not a huge Train fan, but that guy is unbelievable. That's a guy who was toiling away in bars in Erie, Pennsylvania. And he goes out to L.A. a long time ago, try to make it as a rock band or something. And he gets lost in the mix. I think he goes back to Pennsylvania. I don't know. But a series of things hooked him up with some guys that would become Train. And he could have just as easily been the most talented guy doing the bar circuit in Erie, PA. I don't know. But if you're into either of those bands, they announced the Blossom Show on July 15th. Now, they also announced the Freaks on Parade tour, which I'm very excited about, and I will have tickets for you all this week around 5:20 because they don't go on sale until this Friday. It's Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper are co-headlining, and they're bringing Ministry and Filter. Of course, Filter, a Greater Cleveland band. And they were just at Buzzard Fest. If you didn't see them there, maybe you can see them with Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper. So that show is August 28th out of Blossom, and I'll have those for you around 5:20. If you don't care about any of that and you just want to join us for our 12th Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, we're going to be putting people on my team this week, the Coxicles. If you've never joined us for the Polar Blast Battle, it is our annual tubing race out at Boston Mills Brandywine. Now, last week we announced that we were going to be doing it. It's February 23rd, and pointed you to AlanCoxShow.com, and people registered to get on Poundcake's team, the Astro Sliders. Well, you'll be an Astro Slider.
Correct.
On Astro Slide.
I wasn't going to correct you. You got it right. Just
Team Astro Slide, they will be the Astro Sliders.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So this week, the Coxicles, if you want to get on my team, we'll do that all week around 3:50. We'll do Bill's team next week. They are called Ice Is.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mary's Snow Babies. She'll
You had
be
the
back with us.
competition.
What's that?
Be ahead of the competition.
Be ahead of the competition.
We gotta say it faster.
Be ahead of the competition.
Well, like competition, you can say regular. Just kind of drop the of.
Be ahead of the competition.
Yeah.
Be ahead the competition.
There you go.
I see.
Mm-hmm. ISIS.
That'll be next week, and then Mary's team after that.
Not icy, ISIS.
I'm sorry?
You said IC. It's ISIS.
No, I said ISIS.
I know, but then you said IC. And I was like, no, it's ISIS.
Oh, I see.
No, stop. ISIS.
Oh, I understand.
Thank you.
All right. It's all very confusing, but it won't be confusing if you go to AlanCoxShow.com, hit the contest page there. All the information's there for you. You can just come out and hang. It doesn't cost you anything to get in and watch. If you want, they have 2-ball night tickets there. There's a link there for you, too. But if you're trying to get on one of our teams, we're doing that for the next few weeks. So my team Coxicles all this week.
The only thing I don't know is how quickly does my team fill up? Because they apply online.
That's the only thing you don't know?
I'm in regards to this tubing race.
Be more specific.
So what you're saying is how quickly did they choose your team?
Correct. Like I'm sure more than 5 people have applied already or like registered to win already. So
Yeah. Well, they take all those people who registered last week, and I think they randomly choose 5 people, and then they contact them.
Okay.
And then the final week, because we'll do my team this week, Bill's next week, Mary's the following week. The week of the event, people can go on the website and vote which team they think will win. And then, as in years past, whoever correctly guesses, we pull them from all the correct guesses, random, and they get all the prizes. We got a whole bunch of big prizes.
How cold does it have to be for them to make snow?
I don't know.
26 degrees or
something like that. It's got to be colder than freezing for them to make snow?
I don't know.
I mean, at freezing, I think nature would make snow. Yeah, I don't know. But it's set for February the 23rd. We'd love to have you out because basically we'll do our tubing race and then we just go to the lodge and party and drink. And Statement Limousine gets us around. So thank you very much to them. We don't have to worry about hauling ass or causing any problems behind the wheel.
27.
After a big party because that way they get us there and back.
27.5.
27.5 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
That's the minimum for them to make snow.
And we got some days like that coming up, so
yeah,
good.
A couple of weeks ago, I played a clip for you that from there's an AI generated podcast called Dudesy, and it's Will Sasso, who you might remember from Mad TV if you watch a show called Louder Milk.
Just hit Netflix.
Yeah, it did.
I'm hoping more people watch it because that's a great show.
I like Louder Milk a lot. AT&T used to have a cable channel called the Audience Channel, and it was original programming for the Audience Channel. But that channel went away, so they took all the content and dispersed it out. And so Louder Milk is on Amazon Prime now. Will Sasso is on that. The other guy I'm unfamiliar with, but the two of them do this podcast that they say is AI generated. And these guys, the clip I played for you a couple of weeks ago was an AI generated hour-long new George Carlin special. It's called I'm Glad I'm Dead. And it sounded enough like him where to the untrained ear you'd go, oh, this is interesting. And the jokes sounded like things he might talk about. They weren't amazing, but and then it got to the point where Kelly Carlin, who's George Carlin's only child, said, I'm going to sue these guys because they're using my dad's name, image, and likeness to promote this thing. And furthermore, it turns out that it wasn't AI generated, that the other dude on the podcast wrote the jokes. And now, listen, there's no shortage of comedians trying to do Carlin-type stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not illegal. But they're trying to make a case on copyright claims because they said, well, we just dumped hours and hours and hours of George Carlin material into AI, and this is what it kicked out. And that's not what happened. Chad Kultgen is the other guy on this podcast. And they said that the material was completely written by him. And so Will Sasso and this other dude are being sued by Kelly Carlin. So
I think you got to on principle. because this is getting out of hand. Like,
well, I mean, listen, Kelly Carlin's singular focus in life is defending her dad's legacy. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? But if you're using, even the images are AI generated, if you've watched any of this podcast on YouTube, and it's a guy, gray ponytail, so if they're trying to use George Carlin to promote this thing and create it, whatever, then yeah, you probably have a lawsuit on your hands. Again, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because from a comedy standpoint, my thought is, this guy now says he wrote all this stuff. If the stuff you wrote is just as bad as the terrible AI-generated jokes, that would be embarrassing. Because we've all heard, like, AI jokes, and they're awful.
So bad.
Because it's, So if this guy wrote stuff where people go, oh, if people believed it was AI, we did too, played some clips of it, it makes more sense that it was written. But that's embarrassing. If you wrote an hour of material and people were like, oh, this is awful. This is how bad AI comedy is. So, yeah, she is suing these guys. I don't know what form that will take. But she's saying that basically they purported an AI-generated video that they promoted, and it got a lot of attention because they were using George Carlin's name and likeness, an image. And so I don't know what comes from that. I don't think I'd want to be on the receiving end of a lawsuit for something so stupid. And again, I have to claim ignorance on this. I don't quite understand what the podcast is. It's Will Sasso, who I think is a funny guy, and this other dude who I'm unfamiliar with. And they supposedly have this thing where I don't quite understand it. Like they're hosting, but it's... Because if you watch any of the video, they made it look like they were completely surprised at what this AI had kicked out. So they were like feigning shock at, oh man, it sounds like him. This is weird. So I don't understand it. But it's not illegal to try to do humor like that. There's a lot of people who came up trying to be Carlin. There was a little part of me that died when Sam Talent was in here last week, and I asked him about George Carlin, and he said, well, my dad liked him a lot. You know, Sam's not a 22-year-old dude.
He's 36.
36. But in your mid-30s, even as a comedian, as funny as Sam is, Carlin is just kind of an echo, way behind you.
I mean, I'm 42, and Carlin was, he wasn't on my radar as a kid. I've since watched his specials, but it's not going to resonate the same way it would with you, where you were watching it in the moment when it came out. Like,
well, not only that.
I appreciate who he is and what he did, but he's not like a guy that I have that personal connection to. By the way, I saw Sam on Saturday, Sam Talent.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
He's great.
He's so funny.
I'd like to see him live. I've only seen...
Oh, you got to see him live.
Yeah.
He's just so quick and smart and...
His mind works
silly.
very...
Yeah. And he's got a lot of just turns of phrases and then just references that are going over my head, so I imagine they're smart.
I mean, listen, I don't think that I would have... I chalk my association with George Carlin and my parents. I chalk it up to them. Because when it became clear to my parents that I placed a great premium, no matter what the cost, on being funny as a kid, my parents gave me George Carlin records. When it got to the point where they were like, like my parent, we grew up very Catholic, and so there was a thread there that I would be able to identify with. But when it became clear to my parents that, okay, we don't really mind if you listen to this expletive-laden... Because he was much sillier earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, early 90s, he got really angry, and that was a whole different thing. But I was a grown man by that. I was in college, at least. But as a kid, listening to the old Carlin records, they were largely silly. So I don't think my parents minded the occasional expletive. So my parents gave me George Carlin records. There were a couple on 8-track that I listened to. And so that was how I got into it. had my parents not done that, I don't know that it would have resonated with me the way that it did.
See, that's such a...
But it is a generational thing, too, where people in their mid-30s are like, yeah, it's not really my thing because so many people have come along in the interim. Yeah, it's fine.
And it's also interesting just the fact that your parents leaned into that, where I can't think of my parents ever... Like, anything that I thought was good or funny, they'd always just be like, ugh. They did not like it. And that was... largely from the Mormon aspect of it. I guess there's a few things. Like my dad and I really liked Coen Brothers movies.
Okay.
Like that was kind of a
Fargo and things like that.
So the one that we really both liked was Raising Arizona.
Okay.
And we really liked Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah, that's a great movie.
He didn't go as much in for the R-rated ones because of the Mormon aspect, but a lot of the stuff that I liked, he'd just be like, no, this isn't good. Can't watch this. So then
not for me.
Then you have to just do everything in secret all the time. Because I'm like, I'm still going to watch this stuff. It's too good to not watch.
Was Oh Brother, Where Art Thou a PG-13 movie?
Yes, I believe it was.
Thought that was rated R. What, Cody?
I was just saying, it's very strange just for, like, me and my family. We all have very, very drastically different personalities. But the one thing that we come together on, the one thing that we share is our sense of humor. Because my brother and I can make fun of somebody or like laugh about something and only we think it's funny, and then we'll tell our mom and she'll think it's funny too. Like when we were younger, we would watch South Park, and we always kind of used to watch it in secret because we didn't. It's very dirty, obviously, and we didn't think our mom would like it. But then one day our mom like stumbled upon us, and she's like, "What are you watching?" And then she thought it was funny too. So now she watches South Park just like we do. She'll tell me about episodes that I forgot about.
Yeah, I kind of fell off South Park. I liked it when it first started, and I, like everybody else, probably watched it religiously for like the first 3 or 4 years, and then I just didn't stay with it.
She loves like when they make fun of Al Gore for whatever reason, like Man, Bear, Pig, or Do You See? Like just like stupid, ridiculous stuff to the point where she bought me the first South Park movie, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, when I got my first DVD player. Like that was one of the DVDs that she bought me. So
I've still never seen Team America. I've still never seen the Puppet movie.
I don't think I've watched that.
Gwen's told me, she's like, it's hilarious. I'm like, I should watch it. I wasn't going to go see it in the theater because I'm like, I'm not sitting there watching puppets for 90 minutes. I don't care who's doing it.
Right. You're afraid to get a boner while they're doing the puppet sex scene. I get it.
I mean, there's a lot of situations where I'm afraid to get a boner. So, yeah, put that one on the list. But I'm not averse to puppet sex. So, yeah, the Carlin thing is weird. Also, and very sad, too, is Jay Leno is in the news for a couple of things. He's filed for a conservatorship. You know how much Poundcake loves conservatorships. Britney Spears had one. Mavis Leno. Of course, Jay and his wife famously never had kids. And so it's just him and Mavis. My wife got Alzheimer's. Mavis has, because of dementia. You know, Leno is 70-something now. And he is filing to legally be able to manage his wife's affairs because she's in increasingly bad shape. So that's sad. They've been together a long, long time. And, established early on that his career was the main thing. And they were like, it would be selfish to have kids. Didn't have any interest in it. So it's just been the two of them for like 50 years. And so he has filed to, because a lot of times when you read about celebrity conservatorships, it's always framed in this way, which just seems predatory almost. Like you're trying to get money from someone. The whole Britney Spears thing probably leaps to the front of the mind for people. But, Leno and his wife, he's like, she's not doing well. And she has Alzheimer's. And they've been married since 1980, but they had met in the 70s at the Comedy Store. She's 77. He is 73. And they have no kids. That was a thing that they decided early on.
Oh. I mean, it sounds like he's doing it out of just kindness.
That's what I'm saying,
like
yeah.
It's just true support.
Right.
I mean, he's the one that's got the money.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's not doing anything to try to get, Juanita in St. Louis. Hello again.
What's up? So, about the whole George Carlin thing, my dad definitely introduced George Carlin to me. He had a show in the early 90s that was on network television, and that's kind of how I saw him. And, we watched, it was, on Sunday nights.
Yeah.
And,
the worst possible way to get introduced to George Carlin, by the way, by his own estimation. He took a shot at it, and he's like, yeah, it might be fun, why not? But it was in no way kind of representative of what people knew him for.
Or the conductor from
I thought it was
Tom's
Shining Time Station or whatever it was, yeah.
That as well. But I wanted to just really quickly say, I think we can all agree that if there's anybody on Earth that didn't want to be recreated in AI, it would be George freaking Carlin. Anybody that respects him should know that he didn't want this, and I think that's why his daughter is really suing. I think all of his fans really know that this is really disgusting.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the amazing thing about him is you could never really pinpoint where he was going to come down on something because he was famously had removed himself largely from the entire human collective experience. So people have all these ideas of what he would or would not have wanted, and I take, obviously, his daughter at her word, of course. But you got to wonder if he were still alive, he'd be like, I don't care. I don't care. Completely disaffected by it or unaffected by it, or I don't know. You're probably right, but I wonder. We'll never know for sure.
I don't think he would be in favor of what AI could do. I mean, he was not in favor of a lot of things before AI.
Yeah, but I think,
he wasn't even alive to see it.
I think he would be in favor of it insofar as it would hasten mankind's demise. Don't you think?
This is all very interesting.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Yeah.
I think it's pretty disgusting as somebody that really does appreciate art in its original form, which is humans creating it and not AI. I mean, what are we supposed to believe with AI? What is the truth? And so, I don't know. I think it's just really dangerous when we go down this path of taking George Carlin and trying to replicate that. I don't think you can really do that.
Yeah, it's definitely a cynical way to go about it, if not disingenuous. Okay, listen, one thing I know is you can't spell AI. Sorry. Take two. You can't spell Juanita without AI. So thank you, dear. There's Juanita in St. Louis.
But a human did create AI, so technically a human did create all the art.
That's right. Computers are only as smart as the people who've programmed them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true.
It is. Computers only do what you tell them to do, right? If you have a wrong keystroke, your computer doesn't know what you're talking about. So if the people operating them and the people who've created them. Now, AI is obviously a different thing. I'm just talking about computers in and of themselves. But when you pump everything on the internet into AI.
I think Watson's smarter than people, right?
Yeah. Probably so.
Hasn't he won Jeopardy?
Yeah.
Hasn't it won Jeopardy?
Uh-huh. And I get a break. I will have another $1,000 for you at 3:30. That next keyword will get you $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. If you want to go see that Bush show, they're doing the great
at Babbel.com.
My name is Chris Moody, host of the new podcast, Finding Matt Drudge. I'll be taking you on a journey to find the mysterious media mogul Matt Drudge, founder of The Drudge Report. Along the way, I'll talk to people who have worked with him, dined with him, and fought with him, taking listeners into private conversations, all in an attempt to get a better understanding of who Drudge is and what motivates him. Hopefully, he'll even sit down with us. Listen to Finding Matt Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Bush. Maybe you saw him last summer at the return of Buzzard Fest. Maybe you didn't, but you like them. They're doing their Loaded the Greatest Hits tour. They got a lot of them. Jerry Cantrell of Alice in Chains going out on a solo run with him. And Candlebox is rounding out the lineup. Tuesday, August 13th at Jacobs Pavilion. AXS.com has all the info if you want it. 2 tickets here for you. Caller 10. These are yours to see Bush this summer. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our live stream is now Scratch and Sniff, in that you can scratch the screen and then sniff your fingers. Yeah, the Alan Cox Show. 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers play tonight after taking one apiece. Well, the Bucks won one, Cavs won one, and that Milwaukee series that ended, I guess, on Friday. They were there Wednesday, Friday. And then didn't play over the weekend. They are back here tonight at the Romo Fijo to take on the Clippers. Who are the big guys on the Clippers these days?
You got Kawhi Leonard, you got Paul George, you got Russell Westbrook. They got a good team.
A good team, right?
Yeah. I think they're third in the West right now, third or fourth.
Yeah. Behind Oklahoma City and the Timberwolves.
Mm-hmm. Which is weird.
The Timberwolves?
Well, the Timberwolves and Oklahoma City being at the top.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
Yep. And then the Cavs will play the 6-40 Detroit Pistons on Wednesday night here at the Romo Fijo before they hit the road for a couple. So tonight, 7 o'clock, Clippers, Cavs here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you want to listen there, you have precisely 3 days. Last day of the month is Wednesday. If you want to get yourself some gear from CLE Clothing Company, you can use the promo code RING, R-I-N-G, and that'll get you 20% off whatever you want from there. I emptied out one of my drawers over the weekend. I was doing some organizing. I was doing some thinning out of the wardrobe, and I emptied out one of my drawers because it was where I keep all of my WMMS shirts. And it was positively stuffed with, I pulled them all out. Like, it's ridiculous to try to get these in here because we get them so frequently. There's always new MMS shirts coming out with CLE Clothing. And so I'm like, it's ridiculous to try to stuff them all into this drawer. And so I took them all out. It was like a little trip down memory lane with the MMS shirts. You know, I've been here 14 years now.
I'm hitting 11 on the show this weekend.
This coming weekend?
Yeah.
You know we're not on this weekend.
I know, but I mean, it's the date that I was officially hired.
February 3rd or 4th?
I think it's the 3rd or the 4th.
Hey,
I don't know.
one of those two.
I'm not good with anniversaries.
All right.
Like that. But I think it was the 3rd that I was officially, had my key card.
Well, there you go. Mazel tov. So,
11 years, 8 memories.
Oh. That's a pretty good ratio.
You good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good ratio. So, yeah. The word will change over at CLE Clothing Company as of Thursday. I don't have it yet, but as soon as I do, you will get it from me. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, I'd like to know where. We have a lot of bureau chiefs all throughout the union. A lot of people in New Jersey. We hear from Bill in South Jersey quite a bit. He'll leave us some voicemails. Louis is in Newark. Mark's in Bayonne. Brian is in Hackensack, New Jersey. Not to be confused with Sack and Hack, which is where Pinky Malinky lives. But somebody in New Jersey woke up to find their house vandalized with pepperoni. Now, is that the most New Jersey prank ever? A pepperoni attack on her house.
It was a prank. Maybe she really loved, sausage.
She's lying.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Someone may have blessed him. If someone covered my house in pepperoni, I'd be like,
Are you going to eat house stuck pepperoni?
House-
Are you going to eat it off your house?
You can wash it.
You're going to take off the pepperoni piece by piece and wash it. All right.
I mean, it's a waste.
I get it.
I mean,
But it's your house. It's your pepperoni.
You going to throw it away?
I imagine there's some acidity in there that's going to...
make you sick. Yeah, there's probably a little bacteria. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you should eat house pepperoni, bud.
It is a salted cured meat. She's in Manville, New Jersey, which is about an hour north of Trenton. And she woke up to find pepperoni all over her property. They were on her doorstep. They were leading to her car.
Oh, see, they're all over like the ground and stuff,
all
too.
over the place.
Yeah.
She found them on her hood. She found them on her trunk. I mean, as far as pranks go,
Listen, pepperoni's not cheap right now. This is an expensive prank.
Is it expensive?
I mean, isn't everything? I can't think of pepperoni being... To get this much pepperoni, that's got to be hundreds of dollars.
That's commitment. That's somebody really wanting to send her a message. She just doesn't know what that message is. Heather Doherty is the homeowner.
From the door to the edge of the porch and then strategically placed down the stairs to the driveway. Nothing on the driveway, and then 4 slices on the hood and 4 slices on the trunk. We're trying to figure out who goes around with 2 loaves of pepperoni and a knife in the middle of the night and cuts it up into slices.
Loaves?
Is
a thing of pepperoni called a loaf? Because I'm learning something new, if that's true.
I thought it was like a pepperoni stick.
Well, yeah. Or just a sausage. A loaf of pepperoni. If she lives in Jersey, she might know. Loaf.
Throws it on people's property. Like, you have nothing better to do with your time. It's wrong. You should not be trespassing. You should not be vandalizing people's properties. Like, I mean, I even made a joke and called them the pepperoni bandits.
That is a good joke.
Take that, AI.
The pepperoni bandits.
Yeah, you're trying to...
Top that, AI, George Carlin.
You're not going to be able to come up with something better than that.
Pepperoni bandits. All right, well, there you go. I was envisioning the pizza on the roof like Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Where she would have to get a ladder out of the garage and go up onto the roof.
Sounds like she just got... This sounds like a problem that's going to take care of itself if you have animals in the neighborhood.
Yeah, but you don't want rabid raccoons all over.
That'd be awful.
Trash pandas all over your...
There's bears in New Jersey. A bear would turn down some free pepperoni.
Yeah. So, yeah, baffled by pepperoni tossed onto her property. She said that she's been in this house. And by the way, big, thick chunks of pepperoni. Not little slices.
That's what I'm saying. This is an expensive prank.
Yeah. Somebody cut up, in her words, loaves.
Yeah.
She's been in her house for 16 years. She's like, I don't even get anything like this on Halloween. She's worried that the grease from the meat sitting on her car could ruin the paint.
It's a legit worry. I know if you leave like a piece of not pepperoni. I can't stop thinking about pepperoni. Bologna on a car in the sun. It would... It's one of those things that a teacher told me, and like there's so many things that I was told that I don't remember at all, but I remember a teacher saying, if you put a piece of bologna on a car, it'll eat away at the paint and destroy it or something.
See, most people know about the Coke eating through the backseat floor of your car. Fewer people know about the bologna burn on your car.
Ooh, bologna burn.
Today you've learned from young Bill Squire, if you didn't already know, I didn't know, TIL, the bologna burn.
I hate a bologna.
Is a thing. I'm sorry?
I hate a bologna. That is...
You hate a bologna?
Yeah. Bologna is just... It's the worst of the lunch meat.
See, I had a lot of bologna as a kid. And so...
I don't think I could eat bologna.
Why is that?
Because it's gross. Like, it's...
You did you have a lot of it as a kid? Usually when people get older, they're averse to something, it's because it got force-fed to them.
Yeah, bologna was like a poor person.
Yeah.
A poor kid.
Cheap meat.
Yeah, like... go make you a bologna sandwich. I'm like, no, please, not another. And also, on top of the bologna sandwich...
What would you make your bologna sandwich? What were the ingredients that you put on it?
I can't even say it.
I'm going to give away this money, and I want you to think about it. I want you to collect yourself. Collect yourself.
Relive the bologna moments.
Yeah, that's right. This is $1,000. You're going to give him the bologna burn here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So,
makes my eyes
you got to relive this bologna horror.
Well, yeah, because we would always want like turkey and ham, and sometimes we would get those. That would be a treat, but most of the time it would just be like bologna.
But you could get the packets of lunch meat. There was cheap lunch meat.
I understand that. We would
Carl Buddig.
We would get those sometimes, but bologna...
It was a huge pack, and it was dirt cheap.
It's a big
and it lasts forever.
Oscar Mayer or store brand?
Probably store brand. I don't know. I don't remember.
Got that best value.
Yeah.
Something like that. And, like, Mom, she would try and, like, jazz it up because she would, like, try and make it better because I just remember having, like, a bologna sandwich, and then it was just so much mayo that the mayo would pour out of,
why did you tell her to put the goddamn mayo on?
I don't know.
Embrace your white side.
But it was just like a bunch of mayonnaise, and she would try and like make it better than what it was. She's like, you don't love a field trip bologna sandwich? She's like, oh, when you have a field trip bologna sandwich, you just put it in your lunchbox and let like the
let it curdle.
No, like the jostling of the bus, just make it
let the flavors marry together.
Just marinates, and then by the time you have it, I'm like, no, it's soggy. The bread is soggy. Like the I can't even say it because
she was trying to
say it.
Your mom was trying to sell you on a sandwich tasting better because it got jostled.
Yes, jostled on the bus ride.
The jostling unlocks the bologna flavor.
Yes, literally. She would make it seem like it was like marinating. I'm like, I don't want it marinating in mayo. Like that's why now.
Of course not.
Now, like within the last couple of years, maybe after COVID, I just started having mayo again because I couldn't have it because of that. Because everything was slathered in mayo, like
no wonder
all over. And then you put the bread
you don't
on
need
top.
A little mayo goes a long way.
Like,
yes,
that's why I'm such a snob. As a kid, I could not have bread. I did not like soggy bread. I didn't like soggy. Anything soggy, I would take. So my mom would have to buy specific buns for me, like hamburger. I had to have hamburger buns for everything because it was enough. If it was going to be like slathered,
it was sturdy enough that it would not
get soggy.
Yeah, it wouldn't break down.
And I just remember like my brother eating it. He would just have like the mayo all over his hands and all over.
And your
why
fingers,
so much?
And your fingers are breaking through the bread, touching the meat.
So that's all I remember. So
she didn't just give you like a little mustard smiley face and make it a sandwich.
We had other things too, but it was the bread that you just set on top, and it wasn't like the bread was not sustainable to have all of that.
Oh, it's that cheap white bread that is just.
It wasn't structurally sound.
It wasn't Wonder Bread. It was like Great Value.
No, I didn't say it was Wonder Bread. It was wondering if it was bread.
It was.
But wasn't Wonder Bread super cheap?
Not as cheap as the store brand. If you get the store brand, that's going to be the cheapest bread.
I remember going to the Wonder Bread store with my dad and getting like day-old loaves and things like that. Yeah.
And Wonder Bread also is one of those things that is good when you get it out, but if you have to put like a sandwich in a bag, especially if they put lettuce on it, it just breaks down, and then you have the soggiest sandwich by lunchtime.
Yeah, and my mom...
Well, we didn't get white bread. We got wheat bread. Of course
not. You had like, probably like, with the nuts and stuff on it.
Yeah,
but that was
the
annoying
fiber.
Because like you try and make a sandwich with it, and then it would like... It was almost crunchy, like it break up as you're eating it.
It's like hunks of bread.
It just kind of scarred me because, like, normal people, I feel like throw away the ends of the loaves, but like I would keep those because I'm like, that's a bun. If we don't have any buns, then I'll eat those two ends and like everything. And I just remember my mom would just talk about a field trip bologna sandwich. It's just so great, and like I don't like anything.
No wonder you're so mean to your mom.
I used to.
God.
It used to get so bad to the point where I didn't have butter on my bread as a child. Like you could toast. I would have toast and I would just eat the bread because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's firm.
You just want it dry.
I want it dry because I did not want the butter on the, because my uncle, who would like make breakfast for us sometimes because he was like living with us at the time, he would make toast and there would just be a big wet spot in the middle where he put the butter in
giant hunk of butter.
I'm like, ugh, like who wants to eat that? Like once you bite into it, like the bread falls apart. I just have like 4 different strips of bread because you done slathered freaking butter all over it. So
what was even worse would be when the butter would be so cold and they'd try and butter the bread, but it just ripped the bread apart and you just got this cold chunk of butter on a ripped up piece of toast. You're like, here, have some breakfast.
I was the snobbiest poor kid you would ever meet because I was so particular on how I ate. I was a picky eater, and then on top of that, whatever I did decide to eat, I didn't want my food to touch, like especially for breakfast, because I didn't want anything to be soggy. Everything had to be separated. I'm like, you can make me cream of wheat or grits, but it cannot touch my bread, and I can't have like my bread touching my pancakes or like I didn't want anything.
Your aversion to wet is definitely
that's like an occupational hazard.
Well, it's definitely it was definitely one of those things where your mom's like, yeah, I knew you weren't gonna like girls the way you wouldn't want anything to be soggy or wet.
It's the right amount of wet.
Yeah, I didn't want to consume anything that was soggy or wet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
sure,
a sign.
whatever.
But for a long time as a grown man, he was less picky about his buns.
Just as picky. Just didn't like it slathered and stuff.
No, listen, when I would spend summers with my grandmother, she would put butter on a peanut butter sandwich so it didn't stick to the roof of our mouth. I was like, what is happening here? Why?
That's a little much.
Alan, when I was a kid, we'd roll up bologna with peanut butter inside.
No.
I've never had that. I'm going to just go preemptively.
I do kind of
jostled bologna at the Agora this weekend, too, I'm being told. So
I do want to buy a loaf of bread and some bologna this week and just have some struggle meals for old time's sake.
Fry some in the pan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what slaps is you get yourself a ring bologna and you slice that thing and you air fry it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Doggy. Man, is that good.
I mess with that.
That's why Poundcake is black toast intolerant.
Because of field trip bologna sandwiches.
Well, I think we know his polar blast punishment, Bill.
Soggy bologna?
Soggy bread, yeah. Remember Erica and
did the soggy hot dog.
Soggy hot dogs, yeah.
Soggy bologna sandwich.
There you go.
With
slathered in mayo.
Heaping amounts of mayo.
I'm not doing that.
I did a shot of my pee. Of course, I couldn't eat the butter stick.
You didn't even do a shot of your pee, and you
Yes, I did.
Yes, he did.
I couldn't do the butter stick.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, the butter stick. You had a bite.
What does that say about me that I could easily down a shot of my own urine? I just couldn't take one
It goes
bite
right
of it.
down the hatch.
I could do that
Stick of butter.
It comes from me. Like I feel like
We can put some of your mayo on there too if you want. If it makes it easier.
Peanut butter sandwiches with Hellman's mayo, somebody said their mom made. Oh. We just had bologna sandwiches with mustard. Bologna, Oscar Mayer bologna, mustard bread.
We do Miracle Whip bologna.
Yeah, I don't like mayo. I like Miracle Whip. It's a tangy zip. Mm-hmm. Alan Poop also removes paint. When I was 12, I pooped on the hood of a car in an apartment parking lot. It was a broken down car or something, but we came by weeks later by chance, and the poop was still there.
I think that depends on what you ate.
Yeah. Big bowl of chili. Mm-hmm. Had eaten the paint away.
I believe that's called a kinesthetic learner.
Hey,
he learns through actions.
There you go. There's a lot of acids in your poo, probably. Mm-hmm. Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192, you can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on
Jackson.
On my way to the airport, it hits me. The client is actually in Jacksonville.
The client's in Jacksonville.
So I call Easy Cater. Nina picks up right away.
Nina fix it for you.
She called me right back and said, you're all set.
Nina fix the Jackson accident.
Jackcident? EasyCater has your back with 24/7 support. Order at easycater.com and know.
We got your back.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, I want to join us for our 12th Polar Blast Battle out at Boston Mills Brandywine. We are set to go Friday night, February 23rd. Each one of us captain of our own team. WMMS.com has got all the details for you. Hit the contest tab there. All this week, putting you on my team. Want to be on the Coxicles? Be caller number 10. WMMS.com has all of the other information. We race and then we party at the lodge. And there's a link if you want to buy tickets. It's free to join us, but if you want the all-night tubing thing, got the info there for you, too. Join Team Coxicles right now. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city. Cleveland! But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers play tonight here at home. Had the weekend off. They're back tonight and Wednesday to play at the Romo Fijo, and then they will hit the road for a couple of games. Tonight taking on the Clippers, and then Wednesday night playing the Detroit Pistons, who are by far the worst team in basketball. But again, any given night, fortunes can change. But thus far, I think they've only won about 4 games. So not easy. You think it's hard being a Lions fan? Try being a Pistons fan. I don't even know what kind
Pistons
of...
at least have championships, though.
Yeah.
Lions haven't even been to the Super Bowl.
That's what was so disheartening when they would throw up the graphics on the game last night comparing the 49ers and the Lions. They'd be like, yeah, 49ers have been here a few times. And it was like, 17 times in the Super Bowl or whatever.
But they haven't won one since Steve Young in the 90s.
Yeah. They'd show poor Barry Sanders. They haul him out, because they're like, well, if they go to the Super Bowl, Barry Sanders and...
I love Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders is great.
He was incredible. His highlights are still just mind-boggling.
I saw him play one time in 1995 at the Pontiac Silverdome. It was the Bears, which was my team, and the Lions, I think it was Thanksgiving Day. And it was a wild game. It's great. But they would keep showing him. Barry Sanders is a short guy, too. He's like 5'7", I think. And they'd keep showing him, and they're like, this is for him. But things did not go their way. So it was a real bummer for them. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, you'll see this map over my shoulder here. It's where we denote all the people who listen on the app around the country. We have people in Canada. All throughout North America, you can listen. We have a lot of people in Tampa, Florida. We'll hear from them occasionally. And a lot of people in certain neighborhoods down there in Tampa are freaking out. There are a handful of cities that have had similar stories around the country where the people who live in a particular area are practically driven mad by a sound that no one can identify, a noise. And they don't know if it's industrial in nature. They don't know if it's a weather phenomenon. They don't know what it is. And down there in Tampa, there have been people who are going nuts trying to figure out what this sound is. And there's one woman who went to the extent of starting a GoFundMe to try to raise money to pay a scientist or someone to figure out what the hell's going on. Trying to raise money so that they can record the audio in Tampa Bay, which is where a lot of people think this this noise is coming from. And person after person after person says, it sounds like if you were to drive past a nightclub and hear that muffled sound of the music, that like, but muffled. And so there's people, talking to the local paper, the news, are like, we've been driving around at night trying to figure out what this noise is, where it's coming
not just
from.
Baker Mayfield banging a girl behind a Cheesecake Factory.
See, that's what I thought. I thought that maybe it was the muffled sounds of
Wouldn't
a
be that much sound. It's just a sloppy
parking lot hander.
Oh, maybe he's upgraded in Tampa.
Was it sloppies or handers? I thought
it was slops.
It was a sloppy.
Yeah.
I thought she was giving him handers.
No one wants the old-fashioned.
I don't know about that. I mean, there's probably a handful of people, if you pardon the pun, who still like that. Sex can be very nostalgic for people. And so
I don't want to remember when I wasn't having sex when I'm having sex.
Well, I'm talking about handers. I mean,
yeah, but there's a lot
back in the day, those were never great. Never great.
Yeah,
but when it was all you could get, you were like, please, right this way. Here are my pants.
Yeah.
They were never great. But people are nostalgic. It's like people who are in relationships that go south and then down the road they go, yeah, but I wonder. They remember the good stuff, right? Handers are never great.
I wonder.
Some people love them, though.
I had one that, listen, there's not a lot of great ones, and usually it's just getting things going.
Yes.
But I got one in a car the summer of Single Bill 2015, and it was...
One for the books?
Oh, man, it was a good one.
I think I would laugh.
A real good one.
Well, wait, go ahead.
I'm saying if someone offered me that and nothing else, I would be like...
It's not like they offered it to me. It's just what she was doing, and then she didn't do anything else, and she was doing a good job, so I didn't stop her.
Well, and you're really of two minds, because you go, man, this is great. But then the other half of your brain goes, how did she get so good at this? Because it really is trial and error. So then you go, oh, she's done this a lot. Now you are the beneficiary. You're the recipient of all of her nut knowledge, if you will. But you go, oh, she's done this. She's gotten her 10,000 hours. And I'm on the receiving end of it. I remember I didn't get a lot of girlfriends in, junior high or high school. I remember being in high school and going to a movie with a girl who was a year behind me. And she went right for it in the movie. And It was great. But in my brain, I go, how does she do this that well at this point in her life? She wasn't 30, right? We were in high school. And then you go, man, she's,
killing it.
Killing the game.
You're asking the wrong questions
Killing
here.
the
Don't
game.
worry about that. Just
Well, I was still very Catholic then, right?
Ask when can I see her again?
I know. But in the movie, I mean, she was so brazen. Mm-hmm. And I was not timid, but I mean, I didn't have a lot of experience doing stuff. And again, I grew up very Catholic. So it was drilled into my brain by my parents, well, doing it with you, she's doing it with a lot of, which is a terrible thing to put into someone's head, right? What do you mean she's doing it if she's doing it with me, she's doing it with a bunch of other people? I'm so awful that she must be. Your brain goes to different places. Again, I say all of this to say it's very rare. That's why this one stands out in Bill's mind. It's very rare that they're any good.
I did also get, and this was when I was in high school, an OTPHJ, and that doesn't even, that in 2024 wouldn't even be exciting.
There's no point.
But as a 17-year-old who hadn't really had a lot of people touch down there,
right?
I made things pretty easy on her.
The barriers to entry were practically nil.
Yeah, and over the pants one is nowadays it'd be nothing's happening. But that one, 3 minutes later, and I was like, these khakis are ruined forever.
Oh, khakis even.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Anyway, this noise in Tampa Bay, which some people theorized might have been Baker Mayfield in a Cheesecake Factory parking lot, not so much. So they raised about $2,500 trying to get to the bottom of this. trying to determine the source of this noise that was driving people mad around Tampa Bay. And one woman said, it seems silly to go after this so hard, but it was something that was very important to the community. And they finally nailed down, they heard from someone at a marine laboratory, that what they were hearing was the mating of the black drumfish. And they said that the sound is very similar to that speaker bass, muffled, because this particular fish, which show up in Tampa Bay in large quantities, flex their muscles against their swim bladder. And so this noise that was driving people crazy, and they couldn't figure out what I'm going to play you some here, was the mating of the black drumfish. So you can understand why people were going crazy. They're like, what the? Because it sounds like muffled bass on a speaker. And obviously, since sound travels differently through the air than through the water, it was traveling through like tunnels and things under Tampa Bay, and the noise reaching a lot of people in their homes, and they couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. But just imagine mating fish making that noise. It's, you know, listen, when modern life intersects with nature, sometimes it can be really, really annoying.
Just sounds like an 80s video game.
Yep.
Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong. They say that the black drumfish population has gone way up in Tampa Bay because of changes in environment and climate. The fish mate on winter nights. And they say that these people were surprised because it's not a very well-known phenomenon. And again, the further that we all get away from nature and understanding its vagaries, you can get freaked out. So this woman spent $2,500 for somebody to tell her, oh, that's a bunch of fish banging out there in Tampa Bay.
Do fish bang? Don't they just lay the eggs and then they fertilize the eggs?
Well, I don't think it's like a whole lot of in and out, but they said that the way they do it makes that noise where they're flexing their muscles while they're mating. And so maybe that's what people had heard as that sound is carried theoretically through the water. One woman said she felt her pillow vibrating and started wearing earplugs at night. Her 4-year-old son would wake up scared and slept with his parents when he heard the noise. Honey, don't worry, that's just fish banging. Don't worry about it at all. I mean, I can't sleep. Why not? Well, there's a, you know, you'd think it was a car driving by there's always, even in my neighborhood, there's always a car driving by with the windows up, but they're blasting music. And I'm no curmudge, but even as a young man, I never understood the appeal of that. When I would be in someone's car and they'd crank, even music I loved, wasn't like it was music I didn't like. Music I loved. Windows up, music cranked. Like the car's vibrating, the windows. Never understood it. It sounds like an oppressive way to be in a car. But this woman is like, on the one hand, we're glad to finally know what it is. On the other hand, we still hear it. She's like, you spend your time questioning your sanity, said a woman who operates a pet sitting business. People would feel vibration nearly a mile away from the bay. So that's a lot of fish banging.
It is.
A lot.
Good for them.
The black drum fish down there in Tampa. Mary, our fish detective, of course, is out today. Is a perfect
we need her
case.
the most.
I know. You know, it was kind of an audible last minute that Mary told me she wasn't going to be joining us today, but she's busy this week, and I kind of had that teed up for her. Young Alan is asking all the wrong questions about a hander. Bill is right. The only question should be, again? Well, I mean, I wasn't asking questions.
You're thinking about how many other guys she did it to.
Yeah,
you're thinking about the wrong stuff.
Well, no, like guys don't practice.
You're asking to yourself in your brain, how many times has she done
It
this? How'd
didn't
she get so
stop me
good at
from
this?
enjoying the fruits of her labor.
Maybe it made you enjoy it more. Who knows?
I remember the movie I was in.
What movie was it?
Moon Over Parador. Have you ever heard of this movie?
Never, ever.
Okay. 1988. So I was 17 years old. And Moon Over Parador, terrible movie. Even what little of it I saw is terrible. Where Richard Dreyfuss and Raul Julia, who I would watch in anything, the late, great Raul Julia, where there's like this there's this collapsing African nation, and they get Richard Dreyfuss, who's an actor, to pretend to be the dictator of the country or something. It was this really convoluted. I don't know how we ended up in this movie. Out of all the movies that could have been open in the fall of '88, how we got into Moon Over Parador, I have no idea. But I remember specifically that was the movie. And I think the movie was a huge bomb. Yeah, it was a huge bomb. I never met a single other person who'd seen it or even heard of it. But that was the movie where I got a hander.
I saw the movie.
And she didn't wait long, boy. I mean, it was a good 20 minutes into the movie.
Oh, that's a while. Usually.
A while?
Yeah, when you want to do stuff and you have it on your mind to do stuff, as soon as the lights go down. The credits, it's not even the credits, it's like the previews.
During the trailers. I don't know. I guess I don't know what the proper time would be to do it, but once the lights go down.
You had some options, too. In the fall of 1988, you could have seen Cocktail.
Yeah.
Could have seen A Fish Called Wanda.
Yeah. I did see that.
Alien Nation.
Yeah.
Die Hard.
Yeah.
Gorillas in the Mist.
Yeah.
Young Guns.
Maybe
Big, the Oscar-nominated.
Maybe we went to the movie knowing that, what's something we're not going to pay attention to?
Yeah. I saw that when I got...
I knew we were going to make out. I knew why we were going to the movie, right? I knew we were going to make out. Did not expect her
to go for it
acrobat.
That fast.
Yeah,
Mystic
right.
Pizza.
The movie that we did the popcorn trick was Hansel and Gretel, the Jeremy Renner.
Oh, God, the Jeremy Renner, Gemma Arterton.
I don't even remember what it was about, but it was a live-action depiction of Hansel and Gretel, and I was just like, all right, this seems fine, and the guy
They're like witch hunters or something, right?
I guess.
They had killed one witch and they kept killing more. I don't know. I never saw that.
Yeah,
but.
and I wasn't 17. I was in college at the time. And, that popcorn trick. And that movie theater, I think it was a matinee, too. And it was dead. We didn't even have to do the popcorn trick. No one was in there. Mm-hmm. It was a big theater, and there was probably 4 people at each corner of, the movie theater. And so I was like, I've never done this before.
I got a hander in American Beauty, I believe.
Somebody texted me they got one in Basketball Diaries. Wow. The people who died.
I wonder if that's something that when they market a movie, when they pitch a movie, they're like, oh, no one's going to watch this, but people will go there to get handers in it. You'll get money for your ticket, but no one's going to watch this film.
Yeah.
It's a good movie to just forget about, but you could say you did something.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they determined that it is a fish out there having sex and making all that noise. Bass to mouth, as someone on the text referred to it. Right. Speaking of movies, they are reopening because a new company has taken over. They're reopening the cinemas out at Great Northern Mall.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Tower City. I was like, oh, man.
No, well, that may be in the offing. I don't know. But Great Northern Mall, because Regal Cinemas went belly up or something, or they shut down those Great Northern Mall theaters because they couldn't keep them open, or I don't know what. They were downsizing, and so a company called Phoenix Theaters is taking over the space. Those movie theaters haven't operated in about a year. So the Great Northern, they got 10 screens over there.
Good for them, putting people back to work.
Phoenix is going to put $5 million into reopening. And again, this is a company that is trying to make their mark. They have a handful of theaters in a handful of states. A lot of them kind of near. They have one in Columbus. They're out in Defiance. They're all over Detroit. They have one near University of Illinois. They have them in suburban Pittsburgh. They're coming over to Great Northern. They're going to reopen those movies there.
I got to see the amenities though, because AMC spoils you, and I am accustomed to a certain way of living. I need, as you say, Alan, I need a sizzling plate now. Like I need.
Yeah, you get the fajitas and the whole thing,
and you know, the wine that comes in a little plastic wine cup. Push your seat back. You just got to press a button. I need the works. I'm not just.
Most of them have the recliners and stuff like that now.
I don't know. Does AMC have that, or do you just got to lean back a little bit?
AMC does all the
I think
the
they
Regals.
all do now. Regal does, yeah.
Yeah, Cinemark. I think they all have that.
What they need to figure out, and boy, this is a first world problem, but most of the movies, almost all the movies I go see are at Crocker Park, which is a Regal theater. And these companies need to figure out the proper, and I'm sure it's subjective, but I don't even know how to describe it. When you recline the seat part goes way forward before the back even starts to move. You know what I'm saying? They need to figure that out. It needs to be more of an equal distribution of movement or something. Like I'm not looking to lay back at the movies. I know some people want to treat the movies like their living room.
They do. They bring a blanket.
Yeah. Oh, come on, man. Just stay at home then.
They want to be at the theater.
That was like that couple that literally
wearing their pajamas, grocery shopping, and they're bringing a goddamn blanket to the movies.
They brought a blanket.
The world is their home now.
Just stay at home.
The couple that were sitting, the one girl that was sitting on top of her man, and they had a blanket, and the bitch had a Corona with a lime.
The fact that she had limes is the best.
She had a lime.
Well, you got to do it upright. I get that.
And then I'm just sitting next
we're
to
not
her.
heathens.
I was like, damn, I thought this was like a single seat. And she gonna look at me, she like, you want one? I was like, no, I'm good. But bitch had a lime. She had the lime with it. I was like, go ahead. I'm not a snitch. But I'm like, you got all that. You got all the works, but you couldn't afford another ticket.
Yeah.
You want to lay on top of him like that.
They had to have had more than one ticket. I'm going to let people in without a ticket.
Well, yeah, they're hiding in a trench coat like a couple of kids.
There was other. I don't know why they sat there then, because there was other empty seats in the theater, and they sat right next to me. There was no gap seat. There was just them, and she's laying on top of him. He's
a lot of times they won't let you buy a ticket, like you do it mostly on apps now. A lot of times they won't let you buy a ticket that only has one seat in between. You either got to sit right next to somebody, or you got to put two. Like you can't do it where there's an odd number of seats in between because they're trying to maximize.
This was years ago. I told this story maybe 2016. I don't remember exactly, but bitch was chilling like it was nothing. Blanket, feet up in the air, Corona, pushing it down in the drink, getting it all fizzy and spilling it all over herself, like chilling. Like no one walked through, no one said anything. So I can't imagine that was the case. They had the run of the joint, essentially.
Well, Phoenix theaters are reopening the Great Northern Mall cinemas. They're an upstart, boy. This is only their 8th theater. So they have like a bunch in Detroit. They're in Grand Rapids, but only, it looks like 8 or 9 total maybe. They'll employ about 50 people. Heated recliners with liftable armrests.
Do they have waiters?
So if you want to snuggle up to the waiters. I don't see that.
Have a little bit. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
I need a refill, sir.
Like Alamo Draft House.
No one needs a refill.
You're squinting in the dark to see what. No phones, but we also have no lights either, so you can't see the stupid menu.
Hell, you can't tell if you're getting a movie cup or a bucket of popcorn with some of these theaters.
Did you see the bucket of popcorn for the Dune movie?
Wait, what?
For Dune 2, it looks like a fleshlight.
Yeah. They're trying to replicate the sandworms for Dune 2.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, just give it a Google real quick.
I gotta go to a break. Google Dune popcorn cup.
Okay.
If you think Zendaya's hot. Yeah. All right, I got more money for you. 4:30. It's another $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. And after the break, you want to go see Alkaline Trio, Matt Skiba and the gang, are on tour this summer, and they're going to play the Agora on March the 8th. I guess that's more spring, but we'll do that coming back.
The Alan
7. That's between I-71 and Columbia Road. Due to a fiery crash on Saturday in Macedonia, the following roadways are closed. Route 8 South between Route 82 and the Turnpike, 271 South exit to Route 8 South, Route 8 North exit to 271 North. Plan accordingly. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by iTeak.
Get a whole new look at iTeak. We've got your eyes and your style covered with world-class vision care. Schedule your eye exam today at iTeak.com. iTeak. Love your eyes.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Alt 2K.
Don't wanna be an American idiot.
A commercial-free look back to alternative from the 2000s. With Foo Fighters, Weezer, Linkin Park, Green Day, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Alt 2K, and listen now. Try something new for 2024. iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away. Stuff away. Yeah, yeah.
All right, it's a return of Matt Skiba and Alkaline Trio. He was doing some time with Blink 182 for a while. Alkaline Trio just dropped a new album Friday. It's called Blood, Hair, and Eyeballs. And they're going to do the Agora on Friday, March the 8th. AgoraCleveland.com for any and all info pertaining to their shows. Car 10, 2 for you, Alkaline Trio, in a few weeks. Car 10, good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show
Horrible.
on 100.7 WMMS.
If you're watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, tip of the cap to Derby Duncan, who's assisting today. Cavaliers play tonight. They are back here at home. 7 o'clock, they will start up against the Clippers. So 6:30, we will roll out and get you set up for your Cavs pregame. Tonight and Wednesday, Cavs at the Romo Fijo, and then they'll hit the road for a couple of games, and then they'll return. So tonight, 7 o'clock, Cavs, Clippers, right around the corner here. I was reading about, what people do traveling for. We'll be doing some traveling for my daughter's spring break and things like that. And people are getting more and more nervous about flying because of all the stories they're reading about planes with loose screws or duct tape on the wing or whatever. And there is a travel site called Kayak, and maybe you've used Kayak in the past. I know we have, but they're not alone. There's no shortage of these travel apps where you can see, people comparing how much it's going to cost to fly and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if they're the first ones to do it, but they're the ones getting attention for it. Kayak is letting users filter out Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes. It's one where the door flew off. So when you go on and you're booking your flight, you can exclude, I guess they're counting on people starting to do more research. There's always going to be people who are like, I don't care what it is, I'll take my chances. What are the odds? And they're probably right. If you're playing the odds, something like this, more than likely not going to happen to you.
And I don't care.
What's that?
Like, I will pay for the cheapest plane ticket. Like, the plane is what it is. Like,
nobody died when that door flew off. It's fine.
But I have no control over how the plane is maintained. I could do the most expensive ticket or the cheapest ticket. You still have the same likely chance of dying. So it doesn't matter. I'm still going to book the cheapest flight. I don't care.
Well, you're not alone, obviously, but for people who do care, they are giving people the option of excluding those Boeing 737 MAX planes, which a number of airlines have said, we're going to think about not buying these airplanes at all.
It's amazing that airlines are they not making money? Is this the problem? Like, they're not well maintained, or they don't have the money to do it?
It's not that they don't have the money. It's that the less money they spend on repairs, the more money they can give to shareholders. Because they go, what are the odds with all of, and they're right, what are the odds with all of the planes that are in the sky at any given time? What are the odds something like this is going to happen? Now, because these stories are sensational and, you know, everybody films everything now, so you get in-cabin video of something like this, these stories feel like it's happening all the time. In reality, it's probably not. It's a small percentage, but it still is not going to instill public confidence in people. So they're seeing this kayak, they're seeing a 15-fold increase in people filtering out those planes. They're like, I don't want to fly on that particular plane. Now, those are the ones getting bad press. I guarantee you every carrier is doing the same thing. Because one of them was Alaska Airlines, and then it was Delta. So you have multiple carriers buying the same planes. So it's not like the airline itself. I think it was Alaska Airlines, which is a smaller carrier, where the door flew off. So it's not that the companies don't have the money to do it. They're just doing a cost-benefit analysis. Hey, it would cost us a whole lot of money right now to tighten all these bolts. And all the finger-pointing is, well, Boeing sent these to us. It's not our crews. Boeing sent us planes with loose bolts. But they let you exclude that particular plane. And, you know, everybody is always crowing, the electorate, always crowing about, why can't we come together? Why can't we find bipartisanship in our broken legislative body? Why can't we find bipartisanship? Well, they found some. There was bipartisan support to lobby for weakening airline safety regulations. Democrats and Republicans alike took money from the airlines over the years to make sure that safety regulations were further weakened. You know, Senator Maria Cantwell, who's a Democrat from the state of Washington, got a couple $100,000 from Boeing because they wanted her to push legislation that would exempt them from upcoming safety deadlines, I guess. And then a Republican guy from Kansas did the exact same thing. Lobbied the FAA to weaken safety regulations. So maybe not the bipartisanship that people were looking for, but, you know, they found it.
So sleazy. Like, it's just... whatever.
Well, that's why you got to be careful. Your campaign contributions are coming. Nobody gets anything for free. Nobody rides for free. And this is something, by the way, that because people go, well, what exactly does the FAA do then? The Federal Aviation Administration. What do they do? I mean, they only have so much influence over this. Lobbyists in any industry are a very, very powerful force. So this is something to consider, by the way, about a possible second Trump term. Because he said, for people who like Trump, something to consider, because he said he wants to dismantle the administrative state, right? He wants to gut all this kind of stuff. So set aside for a minute, set him aside, that he's a traitor and he's an utter moron. Those aren't even points of debate anymore. But he got so many people to buy into all that deep state nonsense that if he's running the show again, all these guardrails that we don't even realize are there will be gone. So, yeah, there's no doubt that there's a lot of bureaucracy. There's a lot of things that could be pared down. But it's not like he's going to go over that with a fine-tooth comb. That would require effort and intelligence, neither of which he has access to. So it would be more like a sledgehammer. So all these federal agencies that people don't even really realize are there. Health and Human Services. I mean, you know, most people, you could probably rattle off a couple of them. Department of Defense, Department of Agriculture. But there's a lot of them that people don't even realize are out there trying to make sure that we're not all killed by our food, not all killed by the air, or that airplanes will have the bolts tightened down.
Oh, you're so scared of flying. You're afraid to lose bolts while you're flying. You libtard.
The Federal Maritime Commission.
Yeah.
You know, the International I mean, obviously, if he were to become president again, there are a handful of agencies that would be gone day one, right? The SEC, the FTC. I mean, anything that might impact him personally, first thing's gone. Or severely gutted. You know, the Federal Mine Safety and Health Review Commission. All kinds, a lot of agencies. And yes, I'm sure there could be some paring down. But when they, you know, the FAA wags their finger, I don't know what they can actually do for things like this. So what you're left to do is to try to appeal to people at the retail level, which is Kayak going, yeah, you don't want to fly that particular plane because they've been getting a lot of bad press. Well, here's a way to do it. So I don't know what kind of impact that'll have. But, you know, I got money. It's $1,000 as promised from the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You can leave messages for us on the iHeartRadio app. Leave us voicemails on the After Hours line, but if you're listening on the app, it's just as easy to hit that talkback button.
Alan, talking about a week ago about how there's no situation where living on your own is cheaper. You know, I tell that to my wife and these kids who apparently need food and shelter. Living on my own would be much cheaper. Thank you very much.
Wait, what? What was he saying?
He's saying because I think he's the sole provider for his family. So if it was just him, it'd be cheaper.
Oh, yeah. If it was just him. Well, you need a time machine, homie. Not now. You got a
really airtight plan.
You've got a wife and kids, right? I'm not, you know, it ain't going back.
And having the kids there is always going to up the cost. But if it's you and your wife and you don't have kids, that's kind of the scenario you're talking about, where you're living with somebody and you're sharing the cost.
I'm just talking about single people. Mm-hmm. Even single people. There's no scenario in which living by yourself is cheaper. And my point was, that's how great living by yourself is.
It's worth it.
It's worth it.
So worth it.
Yeah. It's worth it.
Okay.
I mean, listen, your money you do with it, but isn't it, Cody? Don't you love living by yourself?
I like it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's a love. Like, I don't like paying for stuff by myself. So if I got to cut costs, like if I cut my finances in half and all I had to do was, you know, share half of my time with someone, most of my roommates were gone most of the time anyways. We're on different schedules.
Okay, but at the very least, this go-round, it was worth it enough for you to dip your toe in it and go, yes,
I was shamed into...
Shamed by whom?
Well, it was...
Mary telling you you're a grown man and you should be living by yourself?
Well, yes, it was
But that's got nothing to do... But that's
it was my own insecurity.
But that's different than what you can pay for. I mean, you still got to go with what you can afford.
I did go with what I could afford.
You can't be shamed into overextending yourself. That's silly.
But at the time, I was able to pay for it. But...
Oh, that was when you still had your morning job.
Yeah, I had all my finances allocated properly. Like, I found a place far below my means with everything else on top of that I had to pay for. So falling on hard times happens to anyone. I'm not even like tripping over that. But even if I didn't, I like living alone, but ain't nothing gonna feel as good as when I paid rent and it was $450 a month. That's what my last apartment was. It was it was $900. We both paid $450 and then split utilities. I don't care. I could go with liking living with someone for $450 a month. I went on vacations as I wanted. I could buy and come and go as I please. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal. Everyone says, like, oh, having a roommate, you're a grown-ass man. But if I'm not married and I don't have any kids, why
How
not
many people were saying that to you?
What do you mean?
The roommate thing. I feel like it was just Mary that really cared.
You guys cared a lot, too.
I didn't care.
You projected a lot on the show, but
no, yes. I didn't. Mary did. I make fun of you because even if you have a roommate or living on your own, you're still just a grown man-child, but we all are.
Yes,
Who cares?
I get it. But it was my own insecurity. Deep down, I was like, I have it. How am I going to be in
Here
my...
you are, poorer than you ever been because you let somebody else dictate what you're going to do with your life.
You ain't
Just like
lying.
Lamar Jackson.
You ain't lying. But it literally was like, am I going to be in my 40s before I ever have a place to myself? Or worse, am I going to be married? And that's the only time I go from having a roommate to being in a relationship and moving in with him. I was like, I don't want that. I don't want him to think that I can't be independent. So it was more so I need to be the fullest person of myself.
For someone else?
Before I think about getting into a relationship with someone else. I want to know,
Yeah.
I want him to know that, if things go south, I can get my own little apartment. I can get my little, turnkey and forget about you. I can live on my own. I don't want to, but I will. You make me do
You're
that.
making a lot of moves to try to prove stuff to other people.
It's how I live my life.
Well, it's working out great.
It's how I live my life. I don't choose to be the way I am. I just am the way I am.
Well, all kinds of people change the way they are. It's called growth.
But I did. That's why I went from being with roommates to being on my own. That is growth. That is change.
Right.
That is responsibility.
I agree.
My name is on the lease. If something happens, it's on me. I pay my bills. And for the first time in my life, yes, it is exhausting. I will say it is rewarding to live on your own, but I'm far too cheap to say no to $450 a month. If there was a guy or a roommate that was falling on hard times, they're like, I really need you. I'm like, oh yeah, absolutely. And I actually have furniture this time that I can contribute to. Everything else was my roommates. So I just had a musty room that I would move into. Like, all right, it's time to move in with another room.
Musty room.
I move in my musty mattress and my pile of clothes, and let's do this again. It was easy.
Yeah, I understand. It's just that if you have no responsibilities other than to yourself, that's your answer to anyone who might think that that's immature. If you're doing things for other people, you're like, I only have myself to consider.
Yes, but
I'm not a deadbeat dad. I'm not that, you don't have children.
I understand that, but again, this was my own insecurities when I'm up thinking about things. I think there are some things in life you just have to experience, whether they be good or bad, just like losing your virginity or those things in life, those little rewards that we get, living independently. And I felt like I would not have been a full person if I didn't experience living on my own at least once. I don't know what's going to happen if I re-sign my lease or if, and within this year, because my lease is up in August or September. I don't know what's going to happen by then. But to say that I did it, I had my own stuff, I furnished it, and I did the best I could.
Are your clothes all still in garbage bags?
No, they're all over the floor. I poured them out of the garbage bags because I had to pick through
They're on the floor now.
Yeah, I had to pick through stuff that I wanted to wash. I'm not washing everything. That's all expensive.
But why not hang them up?
Because they're dirty.
Well, are you hanging up the things you launder?
Yes.
Or are they go? So
I have a ton of clothes. I have clothes from college, from high school.
Well, get rid of some of them.
I'm not getting rid of those. I will wear some of them. I can still wear. I just have to pick out the ones that I can.
So you pick them out, launder them, and then hang them up. But you're like, if I'm not going to wear it, I'm not going to wash it. It's just going to be on the floor.
I don't mean for them to be on the floor. It's just it's so much, and to go through and sift through each individual bag. Each individual bag is like a different.
How many bags?
It's like 6.
And these are like giant bags, like lawn and leaf bags, or like kitchen bags?
Like kitchen garbage bags.
Yeah, okay.
And,
okay, that's not that bad.
And it's like, each one was like a period in my life. College, some from high school.
Are they labeled as such?
I can look at them and tell. I'm like, oh, that hoodie, I've had that hoodie since high school. And then some I'm like, oh, that's college. I can still smell the 151 on it. Like, I can just tell.
And that's good. You want to maintain that.
No, it's just like my wardrobe has changed, believe it or not.
No, I do believe it. That's why I'm saying I'm surprised you still have keeping things from college and high school.
Because they're good hoodies. I got some really good hoodies, and I don't ever bitches be trying to steal my hoodies. I don't ever want to give up a hoodie. They're just difficult to wash.
I can identify with that. All right, well.
It's weird that you're so pro circumcision.
What?
You like circumcision so much, yet you're so adamant about hanging on to a hoodie.
He just back there breathing, just sighing.
I wonder where he was going with that. Yeah, that is a stretch.
He did it.
But
yeah. There's something that I saw today that someone sent me. They're buying a dildo for their office for some sort of prank, and they had one circled, and they're like, this one is the one we're going to get. But under it, on Amazon, there's a dildo that has movable foreskin, and I'm still not okay.
Some people like the real feel.
I gotta stop foreskin shaming. I'm telling you, my husband's gonna have foreskin, and it's gonna be my incoming karma.
Listen, I'm not foreskin shaming. I'm saying that's an interesting move for a dildo.
Some people, that's their preference.
The European market, maybe.
Yeah,
that is their preference. Some people prefer the foreskin. I'm minus foreskin. That's all. It's just a preference.
He's minus foreskin.
He's not against it. He's minus it.
Like it minds. I told you guys, I don't like soggy bread, and that's what the foreskin reminds me.
If you ain't furry, you're again it.
And the way they,
I don't need to see it.
The way they showcase it is they have it like pulled.
Oh no!
Like stretched.
Yeah.
Like a flying squirrel.
Spreading the wings out.
Yeah.
It's like the Jeepers Creepers when he like tries to scare people.
Yeah, that too.
The creeper.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about, Bill? Is that what it's like?
Full wingspan?
No, you gotta look up like when
he's got like the Gila monster or whatever with
when he roars, his little claws come out of his head.
Yeah.
And it makes like it's like
I'm sending this
like a Komodo dragon.
Yeah.
All right, I got a break here. Speaking of monsters, your Cleveland Monsters are going to be taking the ice. I will have a couple of tickets for you on the way back. Monsters are going to be playing the Charlotte Checkers. It's a 4-pack of tickets to see them on the 10th of February at the Romo Fijo.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
Reminder that Route 8 South still closed between 82 and the Turnpike. Repairs from Saturday's accident. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Heart of Ohio Companies.
The Heart of Ohio is a family-owned company serving your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with 6 trusted companies under one roof, including Burrs, Buds, Yugi, and more. Visit heartofohiohvac.com to get the best professional service for your home.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Little ditty about giving himself away.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Monsters take on the Charlotte Checkers. Hit the ice Saturday, February the 10th at the Romo Fijo. You got a 4-pack of tickets here. Anytime you want to take in a Monsters game, you'll get all the details at clevelandmonsters.com. All right? 4 tickets for you. Monsters Checkers. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Rest assured, when all else fails to entertain you, so will he.
You guys suck!
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I've been thinking about the time you walked out on me. There were moments I believed you were there.
Yeah, sure. There are a lot more popular Journey songs than this one. This would have been at the very tail end of the Steve Perry administration with the band. This is basically when these guys could barely be in the same room with each other. But they cranked out, well, I guess it would have been their second to last album with Steve Perry. It's called Raised on Radio. The legendary, late Larry London on the drums. And when we were watching the Lions San Francisco game last night, they would cut to the Fox guys there, you know. It's like Michael Strahan and Jimmy Johnson and Howie Long, those guys. And they were talking about how they were playing Journey in the stadium there for all the Detroit Lions fans. I don't remember who mentioned that. Might have been Strahan, but clearly a brain fart on his part because Journey is a San Francisco band.
I think the only tie-in there would be the South Detroit line from, what's it called?
Don't Stop Believing.
From Don't Stop Believing, yeah.
Right. And there is no South Detroit. You know, people from Detroit always laugh at that. There is no South Detroit.
Right.
Obviously, the Detroit fans sang South Detroit very, very loudly. But Journey played at the halftime, and instead of singing South Detroit, they sang San Francisco because they're not going to sing South Detroit while the Niners are playing the Lions. Well, it didn't do anything for them South Detroit Lions because, you know, they collapsed in the second half. To the chagrin of Motor City fans
Bummer.
worldwide. A real bummer, yes. But what are you going to do?
I would like the 49ers to win because their
Over the
fullback is from, well, I mean, I guess there's another, Travis Kelce's from Cleveland Heights.
There is a local guy with...
But there's a dude from Medina County, from Lodi, Kyle Juszczyk.
Oh, yeah?
He is, he's the fullback for the 49ers. And Travis Kelce's already won, I think, 2 Super Bowls. So,
yeah.
You know, spread that around a little bit.
Right. Jason Kelce won with the Eagles, is that right?
Yeah.
And then he said he's going to retire?
No, he didn't. Ian Rappaport reported that he was, or Adam Schefter, one of those guys, reported that he was going to retire. And then he went on his podcast and said, I'm not retiring. When I retire, I'll do it on the podcast.
Oh, I see. On their podcast.
Yeah.
I
want the clicks.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. So he's still got more to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because, for a lot of people, Travis Kelce, because of the Taylor Swift thing, there's a sizable portion of the viewing audience for those things that think that Travis Kelce just popped up out of nowhere. But he's been doing that.
He's been one of the best tight ends for a long time.
For quite a while. Yeah. Yes, he's been in the league for a long time. Alan the Poundcake say his wardrobe has changed. Sir, I believe it's pronounced Warbury.
Good point.
My vocabulary has changed too.
See, it has grown. He has evolved into actual English words.
Again.
Other people are accusing you of being a hoarder.
Me?
Yes.
For clothes?
He's too busy sleeping till noon to sort through his laundry. Well, no, what I took from what you said was, I'm not going to wash it if I'm not going to wear it.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, I will. It's not a laziness thing. It costs money and takes time to wash all those clothes. So if I do it at my apartment, it's going to cost a lot of money. And then if I
you got to do it on a case-by-case basis.
Or I'll have to do it at a relative's house.
I
I'll
understand
sit
that.
at my brother's house or my mom's house and just sit for hours waiting for my laundry to get done for clothes I might wear. There's never been a time where I have spring clothes, shorts and T-shirts. I have winter and fall clothes, which are really bulky and heavy, and sweaters and stuff. So I don't want to just wash those. That's going to take some time. That might get 1 or 2 washes and a couple dries because it's been sitting there for a long time and it's bulky. So, no, I mean, I am the exact opposite of a hoarder. Well, give me that title for clothes only then, because everything else, I'm not afraid to part with anything. If I leave and I can't afford to take everything, people come pick it up, or I'm throwing it out.
Huh.
I don't want to have to deal with it. I don't want the clutter. I don't like clutter.
And so you wouldn't call up one of those places that say, hey, we'll come by your place and we'll give them to homeless cats or veterans with cats or whatever.
Taking my stuff.
I don't want them taking. I don't want veterans taking my stuff.
I said I'm going to throw it out. I didn't say you could have it. I want to see it in the dumpster, and then you guys got to go get it.
Wow.
Why are you surprised? Why are you surprised?
Well, he just always throws tacks in the road.
It's got to be. Yes. It's got to be on the curb, and somebody drives by with their pickup truck, and they're like, and they back up. And then someone gets out, and then they lift it onto their flatbed. And I'm not just about to just give it to you. It's got to be on the curb.
Huh.
With debris on it.
Debris. So your thought is, if you really want this, you make everybody work for it.
After a long rain, yep.
Right.
Just need some elbow grease. You just, dry it or dust it off, whatever it is.
A little bit of elbow grease, even though there's all kinds of grease on his clothes.
No, yeah, I'll probably, if anything, I'm not giving it to my mom because I would end up moving it out at a later date, and I'm not moving her out anymore. She has enough stuff. So no, I would either give it to a relative or Savers or something. There are agencies that do that. So yeah.
Huh.
Or somebody wanted it, but that's if I don't use it. And there's very few things that are operational in my apartment that I don't use.
Would you say very few things that are operational that you don't use?
Yeah, like my coffee maker is out because I use it every day. The stuff that I don't use, I have, my mom got me a toaster oven or some type of oven for Christmas. And one, I don't have the space for it. And I know I don't have anything to cook on it. So it's still in the box. I haven't used it yet. Not to say I won't use it, but I'm not going to take it out and take the business of taking it out and throwing away the box if I'm not going to use it. So it's still sitting in the box, waiting for use. When I have a dinner party at my house, I'll use it.
Netflix is making a big deal about this, and I'm not quite sure why. I guess maybe because it's never been able to be streamed before. But Netflix making a big deal about February 15th. They're going to be dropping Crossroads.
The Britney Spears movie?
Yes.
I love Rockville.
Well, I guess this is the movie, for people who don't remember, this is the movie where Britney Spears sells her soul to the devil to learn how to play the guitar.
Is that part of the movie?
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of another movie called Crossroads. No, actually, this is the movie where Britney is cast as a nerdy high school loser when at the same time in real life, she was on every hottest list, right?
Yeah. She has to be relatable, Alan. She can't just be the head of the cheerleader because then
it's called acting.
Yeah.
Acting. Yeah, but they didn't give her she's all that treatment where like she's only hot after she takes it. They didn't even do that. They didn't change her look at all.
Didn't she co-star with a chick that was tossing a dude salad? Didn't she?
Yeah. What's her name was in that?
What's her name?
Oh God.
I just tossed your man's salad.
Taryn Manning.
Oh yeah.
Remember Taryn Manning from Orange Is the New Black?
Yeah. Where did she faded away quickly?
Yeah.
I don't know why that just.
I'm just hitting your man's butthole. She's posting TikTok videos to the guy's wife. You know who else in that movie is Zoe Saldana, and she looks exactly the same today.
Mm-hmm.
Black don't crack.
She looks great. Dominican don't dent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she looks great. So anyway, for whatever reason, they're making a big deal about the fact that Crossroads, the Britney Spears film, which by my recollection, it didn't really do much when it was out, did it?
It is a cult classic, though. Neither did Hocus Pocus, but people still like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dan Aykroyd is in the movie, Kim Cattrall.
I feel like it was streamed before because that's how I saw it. I didn't have like the DVD or something. I feel like it was on like cable television. So maybe that's what they're talking about.
2002. They're dropping it the same day that it was dropped in theaters 22 years ago. 2002 was 22 years ago.
Yep.
I want to die.
Oh, my God. So, yeah. You know, because you can Google a movie and it'll tell you where you can watch it. And a lot of places it isn't, you know. So then you Google, can I stream this somewhere? Whatever. And that, like, for instance, God, what was the one? Oh, Payback is finally streaming.
Oh, where?
Amazon, I think. I was watching it over our holiday break.
You know what they just put on? I think Bird on a Wire.
With Mel Gibson.
Yeah, speaking of Mel Gibson, they just put Bird on a Wire on Netflix, and I haven't seen that since I was a kid. And I was watching a little of that, and wow.
With Goldie Hawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a dumb movie, but I like it.
That's a clip from Bird on a Wire.
Mm-hmm.
That's him talking to Goldie Hawn in the movie. Yeah, Payback from 97, 98. It's never been streaming. And then one day I'm clicking around.
There it is.
I go into the main...
Ransom. I wanted to put Ransom on
Ransom. Give me back my son.
Give me back my son.
Yeah, because I go into the main search on Roku just to find out where it is. Then it will tell you. And Payback's right there. And now Crossroads will be too. Today is the day, by the way, that Amazon starts putting ads in. So it was nice while it lasted. The age of ad-free cheap streaming is officially over, unless you've opted to pay extra, which I have. It's $2.99 a month extra.
I tell my brother to step his weight up because I can't tolerate no ads.
Nobody gets tickets because of you.
Step his weight up. Why didn't you pay the $2.99?
No, I'm not going to do that.
You're not going to give him $3 a month.
No.
You're using his Amazon.
His Amazon.
That he's paying for.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And he also pays for Spotify Premium. And I remember when he cut it off the one day, I got in the car and it was just like, you have been removed from Spotify. I was like, wait, what's going on here? I called him right away. I said, there must be some mistake. I was like, since I was cut off from the family streaming platform of Spotify, he was like, yeah. He was like, I was short this month. I'm like, well, you need to cut that back on pronto. And he did. But
I mean, that's one thing you never have to worry about with our free iHeartRadio app.
It'll cut out on its own. Couldn't please.
It's funny because it's true. Anywho, boy, he's really nickel and diming. If he's like, I cut you off Spotify because I'm short this month? Isn't like a $1 difference between an individual and a family?
I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, of course he doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
He's
what it is.
screaming at them stepkids, I guess.
But it's real different. Like when you have like the Spotify Premium and then you get like the regular Spotify, like you can't skip. Like I was like, ugh, if I like a song, I just have to like tolerate it. It's maddening. Like you only get,
how could you tolerate something?
You only get 6 skips. I'm like, 6 skips.
What are you skipping?
There's just some songs I don't want to listen to. So I got to be subjected to listen to
Why don't you dial up the ones you want to listen to?
Because you can't do that as much. Yeah, it's all playlists when you don't have as many options.
Well, anyway, today's the day that they're dropping ads into your Amazon Video experience. And so ad-free is over. There's going to be ads in Netflix, or there are, I guess, unless you pay for one of the tiers. And Hulu has them every 45 seconds. And I think HBO Max has them now. And yeah, I know. There's native ads, and there's ones they add, and there's, but today is, for people who paid for Amazon Prime, that was for a long time, in an attempt to avoid that. So I guess in the initial run of this, I'm sure what they're interested to see is how many people cancel Prime altogether. Because what they're banking on is that most people, by and large, are not going to pay the extra $2.99. So the plan is like, and that's a big hook for these advertisers, is we're going to make billions of dollars because people are not going to pay $2.99 to not watch ads.
It's not fair. It's just not fair.
Well, it's nothing about fair. I mean, these companies are trying to make money.
Mm-hmm.
And
they need to have record profits, and they got to keep finding new ways to make that money.
The old days of being awash in startup cash are over.
But they lied.
About what?
All these streaming platforms said there was going to be no commercials. Buy no
Nope,
commercials.
they never said that.
Yes, they did. When you first
No,
sign on.
at the time, they go, no ads.
Right now.
Things change all the time. Yeah, change all the time. And by the way, nothing's stopping anybody. Nobody's telling people to keep these services.
Yeah, there's free movies and videos on YouTube. Like they
with ads.
Yeah, some of them, but like Judge Judy, like if I want to watch good episodes, they have literally like 3-hour streaming of like Judge Judy. That's more episodes than you could ever watch in a day.
3 hours?
Well, the way
the cases are really short though.
The way they're selling these, they're like, hey, the ad tiers are cheaper. But I mean, Apple TV still doesn't have ads because Apple still has a ton of cash. So who knows how long that will be. Apple is so diversified that they might be able to hold out longer than anybody else. I think Amazon held out for a long time too. And they, but today's the day.
They got money. They're just being greedy. I don't like these greedy corporations.
What? These corporations are being greedy?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I don't like it.
Well, but a lot of these streamers, they didn't have as many competitors when they got going too.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, well, this is what it is.
It's just rude.
Rude.
It's just so rude.
Again, you're not paying for anything, so what do you care?
That's why I'm not paying for it, because it's rude.
Oh, you preemptively decided to not kick in on your...
Yes, it's rude.
I see.
I don't do it at protest, but if he says he got another account that I'm able to hop on, I'm going to hop on.
I mean, why don't you kick in on one of the streamers and let him hop on?
When I get one, I will. But I don't have any.
Because you're on everybody else's.
Correct.
Right. What I'm saying is, why don't you go, let me take this one over.
Yeah.
Pick one. Let me take this one over.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Your brother's like, yeah, I can't afford you this month. And Poundcake goes, Ma, you better step
they
up.
Don't charge you per account. You just get like a household.
Yeah, but then how did he kick you off if he's paying for a household?
No, that was Spotify.
That's what I'm saying.
So it wasn't just me. He discontinued like the entire premium package. So
I see.
You either get Spotify free or you get like the premium, and you can get I don't know 4 or whatever people on there. And so he just got rid of the premium, and whatever money was left over, he got to keep it that month.
Well, it is
the
people.
barracks.
The trouble is
ghetto.
The trouble is people have gotten used to a fire hose of content for a long time. It was a good run. But that stuff costs money, and they don't have any anymore. So they're like, well, this is what it is.
Just wait till OnlyFans just hits you with the ads. Like, sorry, I know my content says $9.99 a month, but since I'm not getting any subscribers right before, the money shot, you're going to be hit with an ad, right before the money shot.
I mean, it's kind of what people are doing with the pay-per-views within the OnlyFans, where they're like, yeah, you can subscribe for $3, but if you want to actually see anything, it's going to be $10 a video or whatever.
Yeah, those people with the free OnlyFans, they get me. They get me every time because they're like, my OnlyFans is free. That's right, free.
But if you want to see anything,
yeah, you got to shell out $25 or whatever.
I can see some leg hair, and then you want to be like, oh, unblock, buy to unblock. I'm like, no, not going to do that.
You're not buying any sense of the word.
Well, again, people have to decide what they do and don't want to do with their entertainment dollar. Same as it ever was. Back in the day, you had to decide if you were going to go to see a movie or not. And now it's, because people have all these services.
People like the experience of going. It was never just the movie that people want to see. Yeah, people want to see movies, but they can also wait till they get home or wait till they come out on DVD.
Right. What I'm saying is
they like the experience.
Right, but they didn't have options then either. I mean, when I was a kid, it took a year for a movie to get out on VHS.
Mm-hmm.
And when it did, it was $90. If you
could go rent it, but you'd also have to hope that they had it at the video store.
Yeah.
Hope they had copies.
I mean, if you wanted to buy a new movie on VHS,
$90.
It was like
That's
$85.
I don't remember it being that much.
Well, because by the time they got around to you being able to buy them, they'd be cheaper.
I'm talking late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, when they were first coming out.
When I was managing Blockbuster Video, if you wanted to buy a brand new movie, it was $90. I mean, when somebody would lose a rental, a new release, they'd lose one. I specifically remember this one guy. It was just like a 90-degree summer. And this guy, we were calling him all the time. Couldn't find it. It was lost. So we were like, well, we're going to charge you for the whole thing then. He finally found it under the seat of his car. It was melted. He brought it in. He was screaming because we were still going to charge him. We're like, we can't. This isn't part of our inventory anymore, sir. We were looking for a usable return. But again, you'd get charged $90. So no wonder these people were screaming, but that's what it was.
And there'd also be releases that were cheaper.
PVTs. Previous viewed tapes.
But also like mass releases like kids' movies, Disney movies, and stuff like that. Those weren't $90.
No.
But if you
Still
wanted
30.
like 25, 30, yeah. Because we had a pretty good VHS collection, and they came down pretty rapidly once you got into the 90s. But mid-80s to like 90, 91, I remember going to Tower City and going to a video store that sold stuff, and they had movies that you hadn't seen out to buy, like not Terminator 2, which they had a ton of copies of, but the original Terminator was expensive. It was like $60 to try and buy a copy of that, and that was a brand new copy.
Alan, I maxed out a porn.
There you go.
$4,000.
$4,000. I've got another $1,000 for you at 5:30. That next keyword coming from the Buzzard Bookie.
This is the Alan
brought their warm coats. 7 o'clock is the start tonight tip-off around the corner. 6:30 is the pregame. That coverage begins here then on MMS. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. And then Wednesday night, the Cavs will host the Pistons before they head off for a couple of games. And they're really kind of back and forth. Remember, there are only about 10 more weeks of regular season basketball to be played. So, make sure you get yourself to a Cavaliers game if you have not yet been. So Cavs Clippers tonight here on MMS. You can always leave us voicemails, by the way. Brian checking in on the after hours line.
Checking the sound difference.
I ran to the supermarket late last weekend. I wrote dinner.
You think he's getting some practice in? I mean,
I
don't know what he's doing.
He's always practicing.
I guess he is.
Did you see they officially added the third mic for the Breakfast Club? So Poundcake,
I saw.
you missed your shot.
Yeah,
I saw. I knew they were going to hire a girl, and Jess Hilarious is awesome. I love her.
No clue who that is.
I know. Was
she already in house there?
No.
Where
I've
did
seen
she come
some of
from?
her stuff on social media, but I don't really know.
Oh, they got a
much about her.
TikToker in the mix.
Yeah,
She's not a TikToker.
she does.
I mean, she's a comedian just like you and Mary. I mean, she does social media just like you and Mary do to promote your stuff, but she's not a TikToker per se.
But that doesn't hurt.
No.
Now, and they have to consider this too. When there's an opening like that, they go, well, what's your follower list look like?
Yeah,
how many followers do you have? 5.5 million Instagram followers.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, that's going to get you a gig. Well, listen, we wanted Poundcake to send his demo. He doesn't have 5.5 million Instagram followers, but, what are you going to do? They were obviously looking for a female on that show, Breakfast Club, which is the urban morning show that this company syndicates out of New York.
Damn it. And Mary's not even here to, walk down there and just, bang on the window and congratulate. Hey, congratulations on the third co-host.
Is she in-house? Does she start? They announced it, but...
She starts February 5th, I think.
All right, sir.
But still, you can bang on the window. Hi, I'm Mary from down the hall.
I'm Mary from down the hall.
I broadcast to Cleveland from New York.
Jess Hilarious. I'm Mayor Hilarious.
Yeah, no, who knows? They might do same gigs.
All right, well, there you go.
Mary might open up for her. Hi, I'm Mary Santora. This is a very urban crowd. Hi, everyone.
Says this girl was on Wild and Out. Is that still a show? Is that still on?
I think so.
Wild and Out.
No one watches MTV, so who knows? It's on MTV or MTV2. Maybe even VH1. It's all the same company now.
All right. I mean, I still have MTV on. Got to get my fill of Catfish and Lindsay Lohan's Beach Club and all of it.
That's not even on anymore.
Yeah, don't tell that to MTV. They're still running reruns at 2 in the morning.
I remember TMZ did an expose on that show because they were there was somebody that drove past the Mykonos location and they were like, bitch, where is the club? The club's not even here anymore. It was just a bunch of pieces of wood laying by each other. It was a bunch of drywall.
Pieces of wood laying by each other?
Yeah, it was just where the plot where the club was supposed to be. It looked like they took the walls, the interior and everything and left.
All right. Well, listen, they own, Viacom owns that whole library. They should bring back all those old shows. Bring back Silent Library and bring back Daria. I think they tried to reboot
They
Daria.
tried to do that, and I don't think it.
No, that was such a Gen X vibe that I don't know what they were looking to do. But bring back Aeon Flux. Then Laguna Beach. No, it's mostly ridiculousness and catfish now over there at MTV.
God, that's all it is. And my mom watches ridiculousness too. She loves
Your
Rob.
mom does?
Yes.
Big Rob, isn't he from Dayton or something?
Yep.
But I don't even think she cares about that. She just loves Rob Dyrdek for whatever reason. My mom and these white boys. I don't.
You and your mom have the same taste.
You guys both like skeleton-faced white boys. This is genetic. This is a congenital
disease. Yes,
not a
absolutely.
disease.
It's a
No,
disease.
I mean no. It's just it's learned behavior. It's nurture over nature. In your case, maybe you and your mom should start double dating.
No.
Oh.
Double teaming.
That's even worse than the field trip bologna sandwich. You're literally making me vomit.
Right. It's going to be swimming in mayo too. Yeah. Let me give you this money. It's $1,000 as promised. The last chance today for you to win. I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Listening on iHeartRadio, you can leave us messages. There's a little red talkback button for you.
I mean, like, statistically speaking, you are way safer flying in an airplane than driving in a car. You know? That's all I got to hear. We don't question all of the recalls that they do on new cars every single year for airbags, brakes. Nobody gives a hell. I get the airplane disaster can be much more disasterful, but whatever, dude. YOLO, die flying, die high, baby.
Disasterful's great.
Disasterful, nobody gives a hell. I love that guy. No, listen, you hear that a lot. They're like, you're safer flying an airplane. That's because there's a hell of a lot more
room.
Room. No, it's because there's way fewer airplanes than cars. That's why statistically it's safer flying in an airplane. You think under any other circumstances you'd be safer at 36,000 feet than on the ground? There's like 13,000 airplanes in the air and 250 million cars. So, right, you're statistically safer in an airplane because there's fewer of them.
That's what I meant by room. There's more room in the sky.
Maybe because there's more room in the sky. I think when they use that statistic, I don't know what they mean. It's got to be because there's fewer airplanes than cars.
But there's also more regulations. And, I mean, how often do you hear about an airplane crash? Not very often. When you hear car crashes happen all the time because you don't have to go through the rigorous amount of training like a pilot does.
And there's more of them.
There's
more cars.
There's more of them, and there's more. It's easier to drive than, everybody's in their own car versus a trained pilot that has to follow certain rules.
One of my best friends, his dad was an air traffic controller for 40 years or whatever. And the pilot is taking off and landing.
Right.
The plane is pretty much, so if there's a midair collision, it's because of the air traffic controllers, not because of the pilot. I mean.
I know, Breaking Bad.
Meanwhile.
And there's more room.
And there's more room in the sky.
Meanwhile, I think everyone has a friend where we look at them like, how in the hell did you get your license? Like, how have you not gotten.
Oh, dude, there's this guy in front of me today when I was driving in. He was making me nuts.
On your way into work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was honking at him. He took forever.
What do you mean? He was going too slow, or what was he doing?
Driving safely.
Oh, it was Poundcake. Oh. No, I thought you legitimately were like behind somebody.
Every time I see a black car behind me, I immediately think it's the douchebag Bill. I was like, oh, that, like.
My car's not even black.
Yes,
color's your car?
Gray.
Gray?
Yeah.
It looked black in my rear view.
I gotta be black.
Because it does.
Were you literally behind him?
Yeah, I was behind him on the way in. And so.
I didn't even see him until I got on the shoreway.
Yeah, like I was.
Oh, so you were he was driving like a snail.
I drive the speed limit.
I understand.
And then
but you also got to go with the flow of traffic.
No, I can go the speed limit. If everyone else is speeding, everyone else ain't going to get a ticket. You going to get a ticket.
But if you're going too slow, they'll pull you over too.
No, if I'm going the speed
limit.
limit.
That's why it's such a sticky wicket.
Whatever.
I hit him with, as soon as the light changed when I was behind him, I just slammed on my horn.
Laying on the horn.
And then when we were getting into the garage, I just I rolled down my window and honked at him. I was like, hurry up!
Did either of you get a nod for your musical selection from the garage crew?
Nobody was out there today.
No. Nope.
All right.
He's so funny.
I thought he was
because I knew it actually bothered you.
Uh-huh. Are your hands at 10 and 2 when you're driving the speed limit?
He drives that way usually.
No, I don't. I have one arm, one hand on the steering wheel.
Oh, yeah? He just up in the middle like that?
And I lean just a little bit.
Lean back.
Lean back. Shoulder lean. That's what you're doing? You're leaning back?
Unless I have a song.
Do you recline your seat?
No, it's not really reclined.
I was just asking.
It's normal. No.
See people who like to drive like they're laying down. And I'm like, sit up.
That's very uncomfortable.
Pay attention.
No,
The more comfortable you are, the less alert you are. Yeah, I want people upright and alert in their cars.
But also that's cause for alarm too, because if they're too alert, then
alert in their car.
If they're up against like the steering wheel, like looking like they're anxious, that's gonna cause problems too. Because
I'm not saying alert.
I believe what this has been talked about before. White guys drive like this.
And black guys drive like this. Mm-hmm. No, alert and anxious are two different things. I'm alert. I'm not anxious. You see people like laying way back. I'm like, bro, you know, they got that license plate hanging off. You know, you see people, their cars all beat up. You're like, it's no surprise these people are going 90 through traffic. Like, they don't care. There's a reason the car's like destroyed because they don't care.
I said it today, man. People who speed down 117th, like, I don't even care if they call me a Karen or old lady for driving slow. Like, I am just hyper paranoid because I'm just like, I can't afford anything. I can't afford repairs on my car. Like, so I just go the speed limit, not slow, but go to speed limit. And that's not good enough for some people. And they speed down 117th, and I'm like, bro.
And
not only are you
and Clifton and Edgewater. There's people that come down Edgewater, and they are flying. I'm like, bro, you gotta calm down.
Clifton and Edgewater at least are better maintained. I'm talking about 117.
Yeah, 117 is a minefield.
Potholes,
literally, and they're not little potholes. They're not potholes like, oh, you know, it's a little bump. Like, you will get your cars.
They're rim wreckers.
Yeah, you will get your tires stuck. I mean, I had a pothole that I had to blow out. My very first blowout. It wasn't on the freeway. I was going like a residential street, 25 miles per hour, and it was enough to go boom. And it was like, I was like, oh my god. I literally just watched my tire pressure go down to like 7. I was like, my tire pressure's never been down. I was like, damn.
7 PSI in his tire.
It's literally been 7.
He bent a rim.
Like, it was awful. And with that construction, I know you can't really do much about that. At least they're fixing stuff. But these people, and I'm like, and their dodge skills are on point. So God bless you if you can do that. But I ain't going anything over 25 on 117. They be trying to get people killed.
The front of your car goes all the way in, the back sticking out. And then, meanwhile, Poundcake's going the speed limit. Meanwhile, he's whipping around the corners here in the garage at work.
It was the one time.
Homie almost hit me. I'm like pulling out. You did too.
I did not.
You're one of those guys that flies through the garage like a maniac. Like there's no other cars. I'd rather, pat himself in the back for the speed limit.
You got me on a bad day.
I got you. How do I know that?
Get you on the best day.
I didn't know it was you. I wouldn't have.
You would have guessed it. You would have been like, welcome to the Poundcake Show.
If it had been anybody else, then the implication is that you would have flown around you would have taken your time, or what is it?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have been as
I
concerned.
didn't know it was you. You didn't know it was me until you got right up on me.
You mean if you don't hear
you like waved, and I'm like, yeah, dude. That's why I'm crawling through this garage, because there's jagoffs coming around the corner.
If you don't hear that when you turn the corner,
they're two-wheeling it around the.
Like, I don't think you're going that fast.
Yeah. Well, nothing happened, so we're all fine.
Yeah, we're all fine.
Oh, good.
All right, let's go on a break.
I got a break. 35192. Want to send me a text if you want to watch live? You can at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Crystal, why'd you buy a gym membership?
Honestly, ever since I stopped dancing, I've been putting on some weight. I really do feel thicker. And I know I'm thicker because my jeans are a little too tight. And I don't want to pop into the next size up.
So you like to dance. You've also said that you would like to make a little bit of extra money. Have you thought about combining those two and becoming a stripper?
Yeah. Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Hey, it's Alan. You know, if you've taken my advice over the years and gone to Northeast Factory Direct, you know how utterly different the experience is than going to big box stores. And if you haven't gone, well, add that to your list of resolutions this year. Whatever you're looking for your home. Furniture, mattresses, kitchen cabinets, hot tubs, everything in between. You're going to get amazing items for way less than other stores. That's the Northeast Factory Direct way. Multiple locations all throughout Northeast Ohio. Find one close to you at northeastfactorydirect.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now. Like Alt 2K, a commercial-free look back to alternative from the 2000s. Just search Alt 2K and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
If you see me stopped in the McDonald's drive-thru, just staring at the menu with my "what should I order" face, don't interrupt. It's the most important decision I'll make all day.
There's a deal for every big thinker at McDonald's. Now order and pay in the McDonald's app and get 30% off any purchase of $5 or more. Valid once per day through 6/30/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes taxes. Must opt into rewards.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Joining a gym fashionably late this year? You're right on time. At Planet Fitness, we got you. Because now through January 31st, you can still join for just 24 cents down, $10 a month. And to make it even better, we have free fitness training, plus a free in-app crowd meter, and most clubs open 24 hours. Feel good about being fashionably late. It's the last chance to join Planet Fitness for just 24 cents down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st.
Planet Fitness is the preferred gym of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
See Home Club for details.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
If you're someone who experiences migraine attacks, you know it's the everyday moments that matter.
Mom, come play with me.
The moments you don't want to miss. Nurtec ODT, Rimegepant 75 milligrams orally disintegrating tablets, is the only medication proven to treat and prevent migraines all in one, giving you and your healthcare provider the power to control your migraine treatment.
Nurtec ODT is approved for the acute treatment of migraine attacks and preventative treatment of episodic migraine in adults. Don't take if allergic to Nurtec ODT. Allergic reactions can occur even days after using and include trouble breathing, rash, and swelling of the face, mouth, tongue, or throat. Most common side effects were nausea and indigestion stomach pain. For full prescribing information, call 1-833-4-NURTEC or visit nurtec.com.
Ask your healthcare provider about Nurtec today.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
So I know you have some college experience under your belt, but had to drop out before getting a degree. How did you make your way back to school?
I realized that because I didn't have a degree, being promoted at my job was nearly impossible. I would never be considered to work in a higher level position with better pay and benefits. But then I found College Now, and they worked with me to explore careers and get scholarships to finish school.
That's incredible. So what would you say to those that are thinking about re-enrolling in college?
I would say you have it in you, and with College Now's support, you can continue from wherever you left off. Your path to success starts now.
Get the help you need to go back to school with College Now. Visit cngc.org/adults to find out how you can get the education you need for the career you want.
On the app or in store, Cleveland runs on Duncan.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. So we are in the full throes of an Ohio winter. Yeah? It gets to the point where you kind of try to keep an eye on what the forecast is going to be, and then the weather kind of does what it wants to do. And the last spot you want to be in is looking through windows in your home that you know should be replaced for whatever reason, right? There's a variety of reasons. Maybe it's aesthetics. Maybe you can hear a little too much of what's going on outside. Maybe you see condensation. None of those things are things that you should ignore. And with the air getting colder, really colder, energy prices go way up. And so it's a great time to replace whatever old windows you might have. And Window Nation makes it very easy to do just that. 0% interest on your order for 5 years. No interest at all. And they'll give you half off every style window they sell. So it's a great time to upgrade your windows, lower your energy costs. You check a lot of boxes with Window Nation. 866-90-NATION if you want to call them. Give them my name if you talk to somebody. You can also go to windownation.com. Easily get yourself an in-home consultation. You can save up to about 30% in your energy bills right away, whether it's freezing out or whether it's 90 degrees out. And you can upgrade the look and feel of your home, too. 0% interest for 5 years and half off every style they've got. 866-90-NATION. Give them my name or go to windownation.com.
Traffic. On the Elk and Oak Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. On the Turnpike West, between 71 and Columbia, the emergency bridge deck repair at milepost 157 has been completed. All lanes are open. A wreck reported on Route 303 near Old 8 Road. Route 8 South is closed between 82 and the Turnpike. 271 South exit to Route 8 South closed. And the Route 8 North exit to northbound 271 also closed. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. Join Councilman Michael Polensek and the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District for the Utility Assistance Resource Fair, Saturday, February 10th at Collinwood Recreation Center. For registration and required documents, call 216-881-8247 or visit neorsd.org/help.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com. Thanks to Derby Duncan for assisting today.
Old Double D.
Old Double D up in there. Thank you, sir or madam. Alan, in driving school, they teach you to go 5 miles over the speed limit because driving the speed limit can cause accidents. Much safer going over than the exact speed limit. Also, cops can't give a ticket until you're 8 miles over the limit. If you look at the ticketing process for fees, there are no fees for a ticket under 8 miles per hour over. Yeah, I always thought it was 8 or 9. Again, Poundcake should drive the way he feels comfortable. If he associates alertness with anxiety, then I don't want him out there in any situation where he's even more anxious to be driving. So I want him to drive precisely how he feels the most comfortable.
I just like messing with him. He's not. He's just talking, but he's not coming through.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, pal.
Oh, I said when I say I go the speed limit, I go as close as I can without going over too much. So
Price is Right rules.
I'm not sitting on like I'm not driving with cruise control 25 miles per hour, but like I can go if I'm supposed to go 25, I might go 30.
Boy, I started doing that through that stretch where I got pulled over.
Where
that in downtown Bay Village there, like that little stretch that it like just becomes 25 miles per hour because there's a library there or it's a retail district. I don't know what. That's when I got pulled over for going like 35 or whatever it was. And every time I hit that light now, cruise control, 25 miles per hour, there's people behind me honking. Like, you ain't going to catch me again.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's really hard to not be, like, intimidated from the people around you because cars will try and, like, bully you and just, like, come up on you. I'm like, okay, you can hit me from
behind.
You can hit me from the back, but it's still not going to make me go any faster.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of which, boy, the video of that truck fire.
Oh, down on Route 8. That's crazy.
What happened? I saw it, but they never said how it happened.
A new mixtape dropped.
It was fire.
Nicki Minaj versus Meg Thee Stallion, Bigfoot.
It's Nicki Minaj versus Ben Shapiro. He went over the bridge. A tanker truck goes over the bridge, like Route 8 near the 271 exit, bursts into flames. So just some of the passers-by filming this, 7,000 gallons of fuel ignited. The truck bursts into flames. The driver's dead.
I don't know what you mean by he was driving on 271 and went over the bridge? Like he just crashed over it or something?
No, a tanker truck. No, he was driving on 8, I thought. 9:15 yesterday morning, Saturday morning. They closed 8 in both directions between Aurora Road and Highland Road in Macedonia because of this crash. And there's no context, obviously, for people driving by slowly filming it. It's just a massive fire and plumes of black smoke coming up. And they said that the guy driving swerved or lost control and went over the side of the bridge.
Oh, no.
After trying to get on 271 north from Route 8.
Oh, so he got over too. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, how did he go over? He was probably merging too late. And
landed in the northbound lanes of Route 8. Spilled more than 7,000 gallons of diesel fuel. Some of which spilled into Brandywine Creek. Just another cleanup in Ohio. Like, these EPA men and women, they might as well buy a condo in Ohio between East Palestine and that other train that just derailed, and now this. Working to clean up fuel after fiery tanker truck crash in Ohio. Response crews will also excavate impacted soil. Yeah, the train, I don't remember if we talked about it or not, the train that was carrying contaminated soil from East Palestine somewhere else derailed a couple of weeks ago.
It's serendipity.
They're just constantly doing some kind of environmental cleanup in Ohio. So, yeah, this truck, obviously the driver died from injuries. I mean, the truck goes over the bridge. And I think I'm sure there's still detours up there. That's nowhere near any route that I have, 271 and 8. But
yeah, I saw it out
there in Macedonia.
Saw it on X, formerly known as Twitter. And I was like, what is going on?
Artist formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, that Taylor Swift AI thing, speaking of X, that Taylor Swift porn thing really shifted things into high gear.
Did you see it?
No.
I didn't get a chance to see it neither.
No, I don't want to see it. I want to let that woman live her life.
Well,
but Elon Musk today is like, after he fired all of his content mods, now he's making a big show about how he's going to hire 100 content mods. And it's like, yeah, the people have to sit there and just look at awful things all day long. He's like, I'm going to hire people here that, remember all those people I fired?
I mean, I will say, and I'm not co-signing this whatsoever, but if you want to draw attention to a cause, she is the person to do it. So
What cause?
Like
AI porn, you mean?
Yeah, like if you want it to stop,
you make
whoever
some
did it,
Taylor Swift AI porn.
Yeah, if she doesn't want her fan base, again, because they have been doing this forever. They have been doing this. They did to
I mean, you couldn't even search Taylor Swift on Twitter after this. Took it down.
Which is crazy to me.
Well, but the thing is, the only reason this happened in the first place is because he got rid of his entire content moderation team. And now he's like, I'm going to hire 100 people.
But it would appear other places, too.
But not on X. I mean, listen, if
it got spread from X.
But if you gut your entire team of people who look out for that stuff.
But what I'm saying, that the platform, yes, sure, that's one platform, but you're missing the point of the entire AI problem. Like the fact that this exists, that it can look so lifelike that people don't know if it's real or fake.
Well, yeah, they do. They absolutely need to address that.
And if it was going to be addressed, clearly it got taken down, like with the swiftness, so they can do something about it. Oh, no pun intended. But it got taken down, so clearly they can do something about it. They just didn't have a will to. And it's not just X. It's not just Twitter. It's all of the platforms. Like if they want AI to flourish, they're gonna let it happen. But the fact that Taylor Swift didn't like it, I'm assuming she didn't like it, or her team, it was hurting her brand, they take it down. So what happens to all the other celebrities that they had?
Well, also, if there's anybody who could come out and say, that's not me, and have everyone believe you, it would be Taylor Swift. There's no one in their right mind. There's no reasonable person who would see any of that and go, wow, what's she been up to?
You think she ever sent a nude?
Her and the entire Kansas City Chiefs lineup? What? When did this happen?
It was a
Do I think she's ever sent a nude?
Yeah, think about
Hells
it.
no.
That's what I'm saying.
Too smart for that.
Like, we're never ever going to see a Taylor Swift nude, just like we'll never hear the Trump, alleged N-word tape. Like, there's
You mean the P tape?
No.
Well, I guess take your pick. There's a handful of...
Yeah, they said, Omarosa said that there was a Trump N-word tape. And I'm surprised. I'm like, I can believe he has something like that, but I also think because his enemies will stop at nothing to, if he had it, what's stopping it from coming out? Like, everything else is kind of out there. Why would they not put it out there?
She said she heard him say it, or there was a recording.
She said,
I mean, there's recording devices in the Oval Office.
She watched the tape. She said that.
Oh, it was a videotape.
Yeah, she said that it was when he was on The Apprentice and he was mic'd up and he was talking about one of the contestants.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant when he was president. Oh, yeah, on television.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, I can believe that exists. I believe that he probably said it, but I don't understand with all the lawsuits and everything that he's going through, if his opponents wanted to damage his character and say that he was a racist or whatever, why wouldn't they put that out? That's been like years. They've been saying that he had
because Mark Burnett probably burned all the tapes.
Well, if they're shopping it around and having people listen to it, what's the difference?
I don't think they're shopping anything around. Mark Burnett was the producer of The Apprentice, and he was instrumental in creating this illusion that Trump was this amazing businessman, which is eventually what got him elected. Everybody bought the nonsense that he was, the guy was constantly in bankruptcy, but Mark Burnett gave him a platform. Donald Trump was toast before Mark Burnett pitched him on The Apprentice. So if Mark Burnett, I don't know who's got a tape like that. It might be made up too. There's nothing saying it's a real tape.
And again, since people heard that a tape exists. I can't believe no one's taken AI and created the tape and then just pass it off as real. Like, I don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You take somebody like him or somebody like Joe Biden, you know, they faked that robocall in New Hampshire to tell people not to vote. Those are two examples where no matter what you do, people who don't like them aren't going to believe the truth. Taylor Swift, no one believes. No one would be fooled by AI porn of Taylor Swift. Like, everybody knew it was AI. Now, they looked at it because they're like, what would it be like? I didn't even know. I'm pretty sure I didn't even notice that it was like a thing until I think it first hit me when they were like, this has been taken down. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. And then obviously the stories exploded and all that. But the story was it had been viewed 47 million times. So, yeah, obviously they have to find a way to contend with that because we're not even remotely ready for deepfake porn.
I don't even know. And again, this is a Taylor Swift thing. I'm just curious. I thought she hit her prime years ago, but she's still like...
What do you mean prime?
Like, I thought she was the biggest she could possibly get with that Reputation tour, and she got even bigger. Like, so that I thought that was her prime back in like 2018, and she's even bigger now. So she's like not even at her prime yet. She's probably gonna Super Bowl will probably be the peak, and then she'll go down from there. But it can't be easy being that famous. Like, she's not Michael Jackson scale by any means, but she's.
I think she is.
No, she's not.
I don't think. Did Michael Jackson ever become a billionaire?
Yeah, I'm sure he probably was, but he...
I mean, he owed a lot of money at the end.
But he owned a lot, so...
Yeah, but if you owe a lot of money...
Again, he existed... Michael Jackson existed before any type of social media. So, to be known in countries he'd never even been to before...
Well, it's because there's still media.
I understand, but he was making problems for the U.S. Like, he would hide out in other countries that America wasn't necessarily on good terms with, because he wanted to get away.
You don't think that would happen if Taylor Swift went to another country? Like, it'd be a problem.
Switzerland would open their doors immediately.
Mm-hmm. Do we not get along with them? They're stupid meatballs.
I don't understand that reference, but...
Oh, I'm Sweden. I'm stupid.
I thought you were talking about that IKEA story.
Yeah, but that was still Sweden.
I know.
Switzerland, yeah.
IKEA sold 84 million meatballs or something last year. They were like, these meatballs, I've never even tasted an IKEA meatball. I thought they were just like up there for show, like it was a goof. I didn't realize that many people were eating.
People be eating those meatballs, man.
Yeah.
They like those meatballs and those hot dogs. People go to IKEA to shop and eat. But yeah, Taylor Swift has eclipsed Michael Jackson easily.
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't care. But I think they'll start making laws. It's probably going to be like the Taylor law or the Swift law against AI revenge porn stuff.
Well, it better do it now because we don't want to see that Michael Jackson porn.
Well, and people are pointing out to me, they're like, fake celebrity porn's been around for a long time.
For a very long time.
Right, but that was like cut and paste some actress's face on some porn star's body. It has never been as sophisticated as it is now. Because the technology didn't exist.
I was going to say, they had a deep fake, I think, of Hermione,
Emma Watson.
Emma Watson. Like, they had one of her. I was like, what the hell? And of course, it dawned on me. I'm like, if it's out like this and no one's talking about it, then clearly it's AI. So because I had a brain, I knew it was AI. But if you didn't know, you would think it was real. And they didn't. I don't remember anyone like protesting because of Emma Watson. So,
but it was in the news, and there was people, and it was removed. I'm sure.
I don't know.
Right, and it's almost, I would imagine, because there's no male celebrity that comes to mind. Maybe on the websites Poundcake looks at, but like it's almost entirely confined to female celebrities. Right? Sure. That whole fappening thing when all those nude photos got leaked, those are all female actresses.
No, they had Hulk Hogan's son. What's his
But
name?
no, Nick Hogan. Nobody cares about that.
Yeah.
He probably sent him.
Yeah,
he
brother,
sent
can
him
I
to
get in on
TMZ.
this?
Yeah. He sent his own nudes.
Guys, put me in the family. I need the press.
They had the male.
Otherwise, I'm just going to be a dude who can't stop drunk driving.
God, who was in the male fappening? I remember, but it was.
Yeah, this is exactly my point.
Yeah.
You might know that, but writ large, the public goes, "Oh, Kat Dennings," and
Oh, Kat Dennings.
Oh gosh, he's got a huge rack.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew WK. He's got his face all up in those because she's his
partying's not keeping him hard these days.
She's his goodly wife. So yeah, back in the day, there was like maybe crude Photoshop of stuff, but it wasn't as sophisticated as it is now. But it is still discernible as being fake. We're going to get to a point where it's just we're going to be awash in it, and celebrities, because here's what's going to happen. People get greedy, especially when it comes to porn driving tech. People get greedy. And we're going to be so awash in it, it's going to devalue its inherent currency. And celebrities are going to be constantly putting out statements, "That's not me." And people are going to believe them. Nobody's going to go, "No, I don't know about that. That sure looks like." No celebrity is going to do that unless they want it out there. Because celebrities who want it out there will cop to it. They go, "Yeah, that's me." So the ones who deny it, you're going to believe them. Because you're going to go, "Yeah, you can put out your own. You can monetize your own." Let's imagine the future. For some reason, Taylor Swift has some precipitous fall from grace, right? Some scandal, whatever. Is using her as the current example. If she decided she wanted to go that route and monetize it, she could do that. Nobody would have actual nudes out there and not cop to it if they didn't want to. So when those deep fake Poundcake nudes pop, you're going to go, "That's not me."
Oh, especially if I feel like people are going to spite me and make me with a really small wiener. I'm like, that's that. So I'm going to have to make real news.
You got a little,
no, wait.
mushroom cap.
These are real. This is the real one. And we're like, no, we're going to roll with the little wiener one.
A little ballpark peanut down there.
We like that narrative better. We're like, no. So I got to release real news. I got to make a whole damn OnlyFans because someone wanted to troll me.
That's one way to get it.
Right. Make me with a small wiener. I'm like, this is going to be passed around for generations. All right, well,
But you'll monetize it. You'll monetize it. With this audience alone, if you said, "Hey, guys, guess what? I'm going to post my first nude, and it will cost you $10.
No, they would do that. For sure they
You'd
would
make
do that.
$50,000. Right.
Not $50,000.
Yeah, on this audience,
you're sweet.
You would.
But I feel like they would get me back for being cheap, and they would trade
get you back.
They would get me back from being cheap all these years, and they're like, "Oh, no, we're not going to pay. One person's going to pay the $10."
Not everybody operates off spite like you do.
I feel like
a lot of people operate
they don't talk about
more out of curiosity than spite.
They're like,
curiosity is a great motivator.
Someone would post on Twitter who got that Poundcake nude, and then someone would, "Hey, DM me," and then they'll send my Poundcake nude.
Hashtag peanut crotch.
No.
Who got that Poundcake nude?
Who got that Poundcake nude?
Anywho. I'm going to break here. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text. 35192. That Cavs pregame set for you 6:30, 7 o'clock. Around the corner here at the Romo Fee, they're going to be taking on the L.A. Clippers on the Buzzard.